lion population, which helps to secure much-needed livestock farming. Local farmers are being trained in conservation agriculture. The people who participate in these programs are finding greater yields in their produce and are more resilient to environmental variables such as rainfall. As a result, food security for such households has stabilized. Kaza projects of the partner states also focus on micro-enterprises and are bringing hope to those who farm for a living. Pilot projects that have launched are helping farmers to harvest non-timber forest products, which generate alternative sources of income for their households. Through Kaza, the leadership of the 5 nations have carried forward the possibilities envisioned by SADC, sustainable economies and dignity for its constituents. The KAVANGA-Zambezi river system symbolizes the potential we have for life when we allow the earth to lead us, a truly singular achievement in a world that turns its back on the timeless wisdom of nature. However, like all rarities, this unique ecosystem of partnerships is a delicate balance. Without resources, the well of goodwill and meaningful impact will dry up. Without commitment, these vibrant, agile connections will fade into rhetoric and politics. Without partnership, isolation will drain the life out of this environment and all who dream of its potential. Together, at this 2024 Kaza Summit, we stand in awe of just how far such collaborative endeavors have carried us. But we have not yet reached the fullness of what is possible. We must not remain as spectators on the riverbanks. We must take the leap, embrace the currents, and commit to ongoing harmony between humanity and these waters which bring us life.
Rivers, they bring life. Without rivers, we don't have any life.
The freedom of movement by wildlife and the rivers that cut across countries, they teach us that despite having individual countries, we are just one big community.
Without coexistence, you basically be threatening the natural rhythm and harmony that you require for different species, for people, for biodiversity.
Kaza, the world's largest terrestrial conservation area. Between thundering waterfalls running through wide stretches of savanna, marsh, and rustling forest woodlands lies the KAVANGA and ZAMBEZI rivers. This 520,000 square kilometer mosaic of majestic wilderness is a safari connoisseur's dream destination. With the goal of achieving a more sustainable coexistence between people and wildlife, the great nations of Angola, contiguous transboundary elephant population in the world, and provides critical habitat for other endangered lion and wild dog populations, as well as 600 species of birds. To assist in managing human-wildlife conflict and link protected areas within the TFCA, it is essential for all the countries involved to work together in harmony with nature and each other.
No matter how full the river, it still wants to grow. There are but a few unique environments in the world where humanity lives in harmony with nature. Places where the water, the wildlife, and the people who call it home have found a way to flow together. The KAVANGA-Zambezi river system is one of those rarities. In 1999, the leaders of the Southern African Development Community Nations established an ambitious wildlife protocol. But how would these policies impact not only the environment, but the lives of the people in the greater region? A watershed moment took place in 2011. This framework was put into action by 5 visionary nations. The Kaza Treaty was signed, and the largest land-based transfrontier conservation area in the world was established. 5 countries, many rivers forming one river system, the KAVANGA-Zambezi, and thus 520,000 square kilometers of a coexistence landscape for people and wildlife was born, conserving wildlife corridors that one can only marvel at. Kaza's master IDP is living proof that countries can work together in an ebb and flow that resists the rising tide of individualism. This collaborative effort of Kaza's member states and its like-minded stakeholders, such as the Federal Republic of Germany through KfW, have transformed paperwork into practice. Reflecting on what has been accomplished, we discover that Kaza is now home to 50% of the world's savanna elephant population, whose movement knows no borders. 25% of the world's wild dog population find refuge in this region, thanks to the unifying effects of joint operations. But the ripple effect of Kaza's strategy goes beyond wildlife. For 2.5 million people, this extraordinary place is home. Because of Kaza, it's not only the animals of Southern Africa that have freedom of movement, but foreigners and residents alike who come to explore this wonder of the natural world. The Univisa is an example of efforts to improve ease of access in line with Kaza's mantra, tourism beyond borders, with the promise to initiate a surge of tourism-linked economic activity and business development in the landscape. Private investment and private-public partnership have come together under Kaza's policies to build new hotels and lodges whose visitors stay longer and spend more. The appeal of our wildlife-based economies has resulted in a symbiotic relationship between conservation areas and private operators, drawing investment where other industries have struggled. In 2023, a marketing strategy targeting source countries and special interest groups like birders was launched and is already bearing fruit. And now, in 2024, this marketing effort is being strengthened by the launch of the KAVANGA-Zambezi tourism destination brand. The regional integration facilitated by the Kaza Treaty has resulted in new roads, upgrades to border posts, and the rehabilitation of large-scale bridges between these partner countries. Infrastructure improvements have also made it easier for residents to obtain business registration and permits. Policy becomes practice as local communities have been empowered to steward the landscape sustainably. Predator-proof kraals that keep cattle owners in peace with the lion population, which helps to secure much-needed livestock farming. Local farmers are being trained in conservation agriculture. The people who participate in these programs are finding greater yields in their produce and are more resilient to environmental variables such as rainfall. As a result, food security for such households has stabilized. Kaza projects of the partner states also focus on micro-enterprises and are bringing hope to the families that live in the region. Current fishing techniques are being improved, thus safeguarding livelihoods. Economic opportunities are opening to those who farm for a living. Pilot projects that have launched are helping farmers to harvest non-timber forest products, which generate alternative sources of income for their households. Through Kaza, the leadership of the 5 nations have carried forward the possibilities envisioned by SADC, sustainable economies and dignity for its constituents. The KAVANGA-Zambezi river system symbolizes the potential we have for life when we allow the earth to lead us. a truly singular achievement in a world that turns its back on the timeless wisdom of nature. However, like all rarities, this unique ecosystem of partnerships is a delicate balance. Without resources, the well of goodwill and meaningful impact will dry up. Without commitment, these vibrant, agile connections will fade into rhetoric and politics. Without partnership, isolation will drain the life out of this environment and all who dream of its potential. Together, at this 2024 Kaza Summit, we stand in awe of just how far such collaborative endeavors have carried us. But we have not yet reached the fullness of what is possible. We must not remain as spectators on the riverbanks. We must take the leap, embrace the currents, and commit to ongoing harmony between humanity and these waters which bring us life.
Rivers, they bring life. Without rivers, we don't have any life.
The freedom of movement by wildlife and the rivers that cut across countries, they teach us that despite having individual countries, we are just one big community.
Without coexistence, you basically be threatening the natural rhythm and harmony that you require for different species, for people, for biodiversity.
Kaza, the world's largest terrestrial conservation area. Between thundering waterfalls running through wide stretches of savanna, marsh, and rustling forest woodlands lies the KAVANGA and ZAMBEZI rivers. This 520,000 square kilometer mosaic of majestic wilderness is a safari connoisseur's dream destination. With the goal of achieving a more sustainable coexistence between people and wildlife, the great nations of Angola, Botswana, Namibia, Zambia, and Zimbabwe came together in 2011 to establish the KAVANGA-ZAMBEZI TFCA.
Achieving coexistence in these complex landscapes we call TFCAs, you need coordination, collaboration, and understanding.
By establishing conservation corridors between protected areas, Kaza is home to the largest contiguous transboundary elephant population in the world and provides critical habitat for other endangered lion and wild dog populations, as well as 600 species of birds. To assist in managing human-wildlife conflict and link protected areas within the TFCA, it is essential for all the countries involved to work together in harmony with nature and each other.
No matter how full the river, it still wants to grow. There are but a few unique environments in the world where humanity lives in harmony with nature. Places where the water, the wildlife, and the people who call it home have found a way to flow together. The KAVANGA-ZAMBEZI river system is one of those rarities. In 1999, the leaders of the Southern African Development Community Nations established an ambitious wildlife protocol. But how would these policies impact not only the environment, but the lives of the people in the greater region? A watershed moment took place in 2011. This framework was put into action by 5 visionary nations. the Kaza Treaty was signed, and the largest land-based transfrontier conservation area in the world was established. 5 countries, many rivers forming one river system, the KAVANGA-Zambezi, and thus 520,000 square kilometers of a coexistence landscape for people and wildlife was born, conserving wildlife corridors that one can only marvel at. Kaza's master IDP
our program here this morning by inviting the person who can obviously give the most comprehensive welcome, and this is a custodian of this province where we are, the Southern Province, Honorable Credo Nanjua, MP, who is the provincial minister. Let's put our hands together and give Honorable Nanjua a round of applause as he comes to give the official welcoming remarks to their excellencies and all distinguished delegates for this summit.
They bring life. Without rivers, we don't have any life.
The freedom of movement of the wildlife and the rivers that cut across countries, they teach us that despite having individual countries, we are just one big community.
Without coexistence,
His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, and all their excellencies who have come to visit us here in Zambia. I take recognition of all ministers present, and I just want to write on the protocols already who have come to visit us here in Zambia. Your Excellencies, I just want to welcome you of all the Southern Province ministers present and highlight a bit of it for what we are able to visit us Southern Province in Zambia. We are so excited this morning. I just want to welcome you of all the Southern Province ministers present. I'm so excited, Your Excellency, highlight a bit of it host His Excellency what we are able to visit us Southern Province in Zambia. We are so excited this morning. I just want to welcome you of all the Southern Province ministers. To all the delegates, Your Excellency, just want to say that you welcome we are able here in Livingstone, a tourist capital, and feel free to deliberate all the delegates, and feel free to say that you welcome here in Livingstone. We are so excited to host you in another 3 more days. Feel free to deliberate all the delegates, and feel free to say that you welcome here in Livingstone. We are so excited to host you in another 3 more days. Feel free to deliberate all the delegates, and feel free to say that you welcome here in Livingstone. We are so excited to host you in another 3 more days. Feel free
For the province,
deliberate all the delegates,
MP,
just want to say that
you welcome a day longer than you planned.
Livingstone.
Any extension for the visa or facility. For the province,
Deliberate all the delegates,
President himself,
just want to say that
you welcome a day longer than you planned. Lovely country. I hope you enjoy your stay here. For the province,
all the delegates,
President, give us an overview of a day longer than you planned. Lovely country. I hope you enjoy your stay here. For the province, also come and give
all the delegates,
President, give us an overview of a day longer than you planned. I hope you enjoy your stay here. For the province, also come and give
all the delegates,
President, give us an overview of a day longer than you planned. I hope you enjoy your stay here. For the province, also come and give
all the delegates,
President, give us an overview of a day longer than you planned. I hope you enjoy your stay here. For the province, also come and give
all the delegates,
President, give us an overview of a day longer than you planned. I hope you enjoy your stay here. For the province, also come and give
all the delegates,
President, give us an overview of a day longer than you planned. I hope you enjoy your stay here. For the province, also come and give President, give
The concept of trans-frontier conservation areas is well established within the Southern African Development Community, or the SADC region.
I therefore know of no political movement.
The concept of trans-frontier conservation areas is well established within the Southern African Development Community, or the SADC region. The management of shared natural and cultural resources across international boundaries has conservation is well established conservation of biodiversity and socio-economic SADC region of rural communities. The management of shared natural international cultural resources across international boundaries has conservation is well established conservation of biodiversity and socio-economic SADC region of rural communities. The management of shared natural international cultural resources across international boundaries has conservation natural agricultural practices in SADC region of rural communities. The management of shared international cultural resources across international boundaries has conservation natural agricultural practices in SADC region of rural communities. The management of shared international cultural resources across international boundaries has conservation natural agricultural practices in SADC region of rural communities. The management of shared international cultural resources across international boundaries has conservation natural agricultural practices in SADC region of rural communities. The management of shared international cultural resources across international boundaries has conservation natural agricultural practices in SADC region of rural communities. The management of shared international cultural resources across international boundaries has conservation natural agricultural practices in SADC region of rural communities. The management of shared international cultural resources across international boundaries has conservation natural agricultural practices in SADC region of rural communities. The management of shared international cultural resources across international boundaries has conservation natural agricultural practices in SADC region of rural communities. The management of shared international cultural resources across international boundaries has conservation natural agricultural practices in SADC region of rural communities. The management of shared international cultural resources across international boundaries has conservation natural agricultural practices in SADC region of rural communities. The management of shared international cultural resources across international boundaries has conservation region of rural communities. The management of shared international cultural resources These range from the dense canopy of the tropical northwestern Zambia through a mosaic of woodlands, These range from the dense canopy of the tropical to the northwestern Zambia. It includes many national parks, game management, community conservancies, and forests from the dense canopy of the tropical northwestern Zambia. In the world, it includes many national parks, game management, community conservancies, as well as range from the dense canopy of the tropical northwestern Zambia. In the world, it includes many national parks, game management, community as well as range from the dance canopy also includes as well as heritage conservation as well as range from the dance canopy also mammoth task, determination and passion were needed. It is therefore testimony to their conviction and belief that something beyond expectation is being created. Various institutional structures and arrangements have been established to ensure that this mission is achievable, and multi-party stakeholder engagements and partnerships are formed. However, the leadership for the initiative remains the responsibility of the lead ministries from the partner states. These lead ministries are normally those of environment, wildlife, and/or tourism.
The coming together of your 5 countries to jointly manage this great transfrontier conservation area is a true symbol of regional integration. I see the transfrontier conservation areas as development model that integrates poverty reduction, sustainable management of natural resources, and regional integration, and transforms them into the improvement of our human capital into wealth creation.
I have a dream that we can fight poverty, we can defeat poverty.
We have to get the community involved in the conservation of all resources. And the idea is to bring back animals to the area called Simalaha Community Conservancy, bring back the animals that were there.
Kaza's vision is to establish a world-class trans-frontier conservation and tourism destination area in the Okavango and Zambezi River Basin regions of Angola, Botswana, Namibia, Zambia, and Zimbabwe within the context of sustainable development. This vision will be implemented on 4 fronts: integrated natural resource management and land use planning, including issues of wildlife dispersal areas, wildlife migratory patterns and corridors, wildlife protection and law enforcement, human-wildlife conflict, community-based natural resource management, and fire, fisheries, and forestry management. Tourism development, including issues of tourism value chains, facilities and infrastructure, immigration and easy movement of tourists, and tourist product development, especially trans-frontier tourism products. Community development, including issues of poverty reduction, livelihood diversification, health and adaptation, and resilience to climate change. Lastly, governance, including issues of harmonization of policies, legislation and practices, capacity development, information, experience and resource sharing and pooling, healthy economic environment, stakeholder engagement and research.
Poverty eradication is a key, rural development is key, so we really target the local communities.
The resources are there for them and they should be well guarded and guarded jealously.
Our responsibility is to ensure that community aspirations are met. We must give our community the right to use those resources and benefit from them. They are in a better position to preserve our biodiversity.
We can use conservation. We can use proper management of our resources to bring them back and to use them as a tool for fighting poverty and for bringing prosperity to our people.
Since the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding, major achievements on various levels have been reached. On a governance level, formal agreements establishing the TFCA have been concluded. Institutional structures have been established, and component and regional development plans and strategies have been developed. On an ecological level, park management equipment, vehicles and infrastructure have been supplied. Communications networks have been expanded, and park housing and administration facilities have been constructed. Environmental monitoring programs have also been supported, and wildlife dispersal areas are being secured through joint law enforcement operations. On an economic level, the Kaza Univisa between Zambia and Zimbabwe has been launched, and the Kaza TFCA has been marketed as a tourism destination. On a social level, awareness about the benefits derived from wildlife dispersal areas is being created and community development projects are being supported. Human-wildlife conflict mitigation measures are also being put into place. It should, however, be recognized that Kaza still faces various challenges, including but not limited to the lack of infrastructure and services in many protected areas, insufficient funding to support conservation and community development programs across the TFCA, and institutional constraints to enable high-impact interventions on the ground. Despite these challenges, Kaza is well on its way to becoming one of Africa's greatest achievements. Through conservation and development efforts, it will be enjoyed by generations to come. All stakeholders involved in the development of Kaza can thus be justifiably proud.
Somos fortes e invencíveis. We are strong and invincible. Quando lutamos unidos. When we are together. Fracos e derrotados. Weak and defeated. Quando lutamos divididos. When we are divided. Então unidos como só homem. So united. Vamos levantar a África Austral. We have to. E vamos concretizar os nossos sonhos. And realize our dreams.
identity from the two rivers, the Okavango and Zambezi. That's just a summary of some of the highlights that one has to think about when we're talking about Kaza. Key to this is the fact that Kaza is a coexistence landscape. There's a lot of wildlife, but also this space is shared with people. Hence the need for integrated land use planning. It's one of the pillars of Kaza. If we don't do that right, then we'll miss the end game that you decided as indicated in the summit mission. Now, coming back to the point on courage to commit, as already delivered in the video, resource requirements, but you were mobilized around a vision and also an attempt, and in fact I call it unfettered commitment to resolving this crisis that was approaching in terms of environmental degradation and poverty and other socioeconomic challenges. Partner states, actually, particularly Zimbabwe and Botswana, if I'm not mistaken, made sure that the extent of Kaza actually grew exponentially from the time that the MOU was signed up to the time when the treaty was signed. And I think this was about almost doubling to 520,000 square kilometers. Now, it's very important, Your Excellencies, that those three questions are understood. They define a lot of what has happened in Kaza. And I'll make this quite explicit shortly. The milestones can be looked at around the 6 points given here, but I must add that there was need to do an even more elaborate analysis, and thanks to SADC. Using the SADC TFCA Performance 2, we have very explicit key performance areas, and I'll speak to that also. Political will that we are meeting here today is not an accident. The Kaza Treaty has been central. I always move with this document wherever I go. This is my Bible when it comes to Kaza. It's an elaborate treaty explaining the institutional arrangements, the do's and don'ts, and basically how the partner states ought to work together. So I want to emphasize this, Your Excellencies. The Kaza Treaty has been a game changer. It defines clearly the institutional structures, the financial obligations, and it has been operationalized in many ways. Now, how to work together? Again, the treaty speaks to that. The treaty provides for different mechanisms on how the partner states ought to work together, and also very importantly, various instruments have been developed. Talking about the Master Integrated Development Plan, we're talking about the various strategies. They are not coming from without. And I'll make that point very clear shortly, because in 2013, a harmonization strategy was developed on everything that needed to be done in Kaza, and clarifying and elaborating how the partner states were going to cooperate. Another very important thing is where and what to work on. Because Kaza is quite complex, not only because of its size, but because of the range and scope of issues to be dealt with. As you saw, it's not just a conservation initiative. It's about development. As the theme tells us, it's also about inclusiveness. It's also about addressing issues such as illegal wildlife trade, promoting regional integration, basically trying to support the vision of the SADC Treaty. This is just one mechanism. Kaza is just one mechanism of trying to contribute to the treaty objectives of SADC. The various documents outlined there have outlined even the key thematic areas around which partner states agreed early on to focus on. Those are the priorities that partner states decided they needed to address around natural resources management, and within that, law enforcement, human-wildlife conflict, around community development, tourism development. All these things that are happening across the landscape have been agreed upon and discussed by the partner states as part of the Kaza mission, which emphasizes three things: harmonization of policies, procedures, and strategies. Now, Your Excellencies, to develop Kaza, making such a huge commitment, even when you are uncertain about the resource requirements, the Federal Republic of Germany provided anchor support. That's what I call it. And that anchor support today stands at around 40 million, over 3 phases, 40 million euros, around 3 phases. And we have since secured a commitment of an additional 6 million that is going to be for phase 4. It's very important because this is targeting institutional development of Kaza, consolidating the achievements that have been realized so far. And we have other donors that have come on board, beginning to believe in this big vision that the 5 partner states set for themselves. I spoke earlier about the policy harmonization strategies. The 3 areas that you are seeing around legal or legislative aspects, tourism, and natural resources, these remain an anchor in terms of actually developing ways and mechanisms of collaborating amongst the partner states. Your Excellencies, there's a lot one can say about Kaza, but I want to focus on 2 examples of how harmonization and joint efforts anchored around collaboration, coordination, and understanding have delivered part of what you told us in 2019 at the Kasane Elephant Summit. Kaza Elephant Survey, the first of its kind at $3.2 million US dollars. Kaza has the ability to convene. 13 funders shared in your vision and contributed resources. About 50% of the staff that worked on this survey were actually from the partner states, from the departments of wildlife. The results are there for us to see. The numbers. This is the largest database that we have on the elephants and other large herbivores in terms of abundance, distribution, and even getting an insight in terms of where poaching might be a problem. But that's not enough. This next slide, Your Excellencies, you're always telling us about human-wildlife conflict, or let me be specific, human-elephant conflict. We're sitting with a wealth of information in terms of the interface between humans and elephants and other livestock. Livestock and humans. What you're seeing there is convergence between elephants and livestock. The real challenge we have when we're talking about this is human-wildlife conflict. This is one of the major challenges that Kaza faces. These are just some other documents that are actually being developed, because they're not just documents. These are instruments for coordination, collaboration, and understanding in pursuit of the Kaza mission. Now, sometimes Kaza is seen as just focusing on wildlife. That's not the intention of the vision as shown by this mission, rather the summit theme. Kaza is very much a strategic development tool for rural socio-economic development, advancing inclusiveness. What you're seeing on the screen, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, is a number of tools and outputs. We are addressing issues to do with human-wildlife conflict, advancing food security through, for example, since we're in Zambia, I want to give one good example. In Sioma area, there are farmers that are actually producing their own seed, certified seed, by the Seed Certification Control Institute of Zambia. They are actually not just doing conservation farming, but they're becoming entrepreneurs at the local level. But this could not have been possible without partners. Your Excellencies, to move on, it's very important to mention that as we are doing all this work, there is also another important pillar. The decision that was taken, if you look at the Kaza mission, it's amazing. Tourism is embedded in there. So tourism is intended to be used as the engine or catalyst for socio-economic development in the rural areas. So how tourism is promoted in the landscape is very important for Kaza. What you are seeing there are two extracts from the treaty in terms of partnerships and what partners can bring to the table. Kaza partner states have been very clear. They've, through the Secretariat, developed a stakeholder engagement strategy, but also said Kaza Secretariat, through the different approaches, let's ensure that we catalyze partnerships and leverage them. I want to conclude this session with some of those elements I've listed there. The need to take Kaza to another stage in terms of investment and strategic direction. And as I do this, I spoke earlier about the key milestones and the document that's been produced using the SADC TFCA performance assessment tool. If we can play that video, please. If we can play the video.
Since 2006, the Kaza TFCA has fostered regional cooperation and sustainable development across its 5 partner states. This inaugural
need to take Kaza to another stage in terms of investment and strategic direction. And as I do this, I spoke earlier about the key milestones and the document that's been produced using the SADC TFCA performance assessment tool. If we can play that video, please. If we can play the video.
Since 2006, the Kaza TFCA has fostered regional cooperation and sustainable development across its 5 partner states. This inaugural
need to take Kaza to another stage in terms of investment and strategic direction. And as I do this, I spoke earlier about the key milestones and the document that's been produced using the SADC TFC. As I do this, I spoke earlier about the key milestones and the document that's been produced using the SADC TFC. As I do this, I spoke earlier about the key milestones and the document that's been produced using the SADC TFC. As I do this, I spoke earlier about the key milestones and the document that's been produced using the SADC TFC. As I do this, I spoke earlier about the key milestones and the document that's been produced using the SADC TFC. As I do this, I spoke earlier about
here we have the leaders, the visionary leaders who created this amazing project, the KAVANGA ZAMBEZI Transfrontier Conservation Area. And you know, central to that vision, stated in that vision, is the need to create a world-class tourist destination. To do that, we need a brand. We need a brand that positions KAVANGA ZAMBEZI in a way that resonates with tourists, resonates with the tourist trade, and differentiates us from our competitors. We also need a brand identity which captures people's imagination and draws them into this area. And most important of all, we need to make sure that all our stakeholders work together very, very well in promoting this amazing area for tourism. Now, we all know that the best way to involve stakeholders is to ask them for their opinion, bring them on board, make them part of what we're doing. And that is exactly what the process that was followed in the development of our brand. The first thing that we did was we got together a group of 200 people. These 200 people met on numerous occasions. They gave the input and they approved the output at every stage. These 200 people represented conservationists, tourism experts, communities. They also represented 5 nations. They also represented government. They represented the private sector. And they represented communities, both from the sense of community leadership as well as organizations active in communities. So the way that the brand has been developed is an expression of the kind of collaboration that is central to the spirit of Kaza. And in that sense, we can truly say that this brand belongs to the people of the rivers. Please, can we have the video?
For all of time, people have been drawn together to share their stories, mysteries, ideas, experiences, visions. And in the sharing of our stories, we have realized that no great thing was ever achieved alone. When we come together, anything is possible. So it is that 5 great nations have come together to share not just a dream, but a vast expanse of pristine wilderness that belongs to them all. It is called the KAVANGA ZAMBEZI Transfrontier Conservation Area. The dream, to share this this magical place with the world and to show that it can lead the way in conservation and tourism, benefiting today's generation and generations to come. Collective of our current generation, passionate about conservation, tourism and community, recognize that to share this idea with the world, to bring attention and opportunity to the area, they would need an invitation. And this invitation should take the form of the most powerful tool in marketing, a brand. They have rightfully acknowledged that this great expanse, fed by mighty rivers, has a generous offer to make to discerning tourists, places, people, and activities in the kind of abundance and diversity that is found nowhere else. And at the center of this great story are the mighty rivers themselves: Kavango, Zambezi, Kwando, Chobe, Kafue. We call them rivers of life. This is captured in the brand's positioning statement, the rivers of life, where 5 visionary nations have come together to care for a vast transfrontier conservation area, rich in natural and cultural diversity, to share with all who love wildlife without borders. The brand pays homage to the visionary initiative of the 5 founding nations. It's a tribute to the vastness of the largest terrestrial transfrontier conservation area in the world. Describes attractions and experiences as a balance of nature and culture, emphasizes the transfrontier nature of the area, and differentiates the area from other safari destinations by emphasizing water-based experiences. The promise of these rivers of life establishes a firm foundation from which to pursue our purpose of using tourism as a source of economic benefit to both conservation and communities. The Rivers of Life concept is expressed visually by a new logo, descriptive, distinctive, and artful. The elephant, a gentle giant that thrives in community, is iconic to our area because we have the greatest number of elephants in the world. Our mighty rivers that nurture this great diversity of life. And then, our sunrises and sunsets, eternal and limitless, and a reminder of the hope that dawns with each new day. This new brand, this precious story waiting to be shared, is the product of the people here. Those with the wisdom that comes from hearing the rivers rush, the ingenuity to delve deep down in dry places to find precious water. From living in this unique place on earth, from smelling the freedom of the wilderness on the breeze, it belongs to the people of the KAVANGA Zambezi Transfrontier Conservation Area. And now is the time to share it with the world. KAVANGA Zambezi, Rivers of Life.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Nyambe Nyambe and Johnny Johnson, for that presentation on the Kaza TFCA. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to now hand over to my co-master of ceremonies, Pastor Basta Mukuni Tembo. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes to take us into the next session.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, the host President, may I also acknowledge their Excellencies, the President of Angola, Botswana, Namibia, and Zimbabwe. Allow me, Your Excellencies, to acknowledge the presence of His Royal Highness Munokalia Mukuni of the Leya people of Mukuni village in Kazungula district. Your Royal Highness, you're most welcome. As Paddy has said, we are here for this special reason of Kaza TFCAs, and at this moment we are going to have the launch of the bridged vision of the Kaza tourism destination. may I make welcome the presentation. All right, I beg your pardon. We were supposed to have had a health break, but may we have remarks on the importance of the trans-frontier conservation areas in the SADC region, and this will be done by His Excellency Elias Magoti, SADC Executive Secretary. A big hand for him as he comes.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremony. Your Excellency, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia and the Chairperson of the KAVANGA ZAMBEZI Trans-Frontier Conservation Area. Your Excellency, Dr. Emerson Dambuzo Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe. Your Excellency, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, the President of the Republic of Namibia. Your Honor, Mr. Slamba Tsohane, the Vice President of the Republic of Botswana. Honorable Mr. Mashud Juzu Lopez, Minister of Tourism of the Republic of Angola. Honorable Ministers from the Kaza member states, Your Excellencies, representatives of international organizations and their cooperating partners, the Kaza Secretariat, and staff from the Government of Zambia, distinguished delegates from Kaza member states, our colleagues from the media, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning once more, and all other protocols are observed if I have missed others. Your Excellencies, it is with immense gratitude and a profound privilege for me to deliver these remarks at this first ever Kaza Summit since the founding the Kaza TFCA Treaty was signed. The SADC regional cooperation and integration, which is clearly demonstrated in the Kaza TFCA, is informed by the SADC Treaty adopted in 1992, which has identified natural resources and environment as one of the critical areas of cooperation or for cooperation, given the abundant natural capital that the region possesses. It is also informed by the SADC Protocol on wildlife conservation and law enforcement, whose objectives include promoting conservation of shared wildlife resources through the establishment of trans-frontier conservation areas. Regional cooperation and integration is further informed by the Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan 2020-2030, or RSDP for short, with the objective to develop SADC into a functional and integrated network of TFCAs, led obviously by Kaza, which has brought us together here today. It advocates for the shared natural resources that are sustainably co-managed and conserved to foster the socio-economic development for the benefit of the people living within and around the TFCAs, the entire SADC region, and the world at large. In a bid to further support adequate implementation of the TFCA program, as was mentioned earlier, and guided by the Protocol on Wildlife, SADC member states have approved several strategies, among them a few which I'll highlight. The first is the SADC Law Enforcement and Anti-Poaching Strategy of 2022 to 2030, which envisions a substantial reduction in wildlife crime by the year 2032, emphasizing professionalization of protected areas, sustainable resource use, and regional collaboration. You'll hear consistent collaboration and regional integration, as was presented as well by Dr. Nyambe earlier. The second is wildlife-based economy strategy framework that intertwines economic prosperity with wildlife preservation, focusing on globally competitive wildlife-based value chains and inclusive socio-economic development. The third, the SADC CITES engagement strategy of 2022-26 and the multilateral environmental agreement guidelines, both of which advocate for sustainable resource use, rural livelihood improvement, and a coordinated regional engagement and at international wildlife trade forums. And lastly, the SADC forestry strategy, which aims to increase member states' capacity to sustainably manage and use both national and transboundary forest resources to enable economic development and support ecosystem services for our region. Your Excellencies, we should applaud, in my view, the Republic of Zambia under the leadership of His Excellency Mr. Hakainde Hichilema and the Kaza TFCA Secretariat for convening this summit, which embodies the collective dream, as he mentioned, pursued by the 5 countries, namely Botswana, Angola, Namibia, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. The bold and deliberate step to sign this treaty, or the SADC treaty, in 2011, which is 13 years ago, has not only enabled these countries to share borders and natural resources, it has also established the largest land-based TFCA in the world. And this is why I think we are gathered here, covering approximately, spoke about 522, or approximately 520 square kilometers, creating a wetland paradise straddling all these countries and home to approximately 2.6 inhabitants, 2.6 million inhabitants. The goal of the Kaza TFCA is to sustainably manage all its ecosystems and cultural components. This to ensure the long-term viability and diversity of its natural and cultural resources, whilst generating the attended socio-economic benefits to improve and secure the livelihoods of communities within the ecoregion. Your Excellencies, this summit is an important milestone in its history and embodies a success story, in my view, in wildlife conservation, not only in this specific landscape, but also in the entire Southern African region, and I believe the world as well. From a total of 7 million square kilometers making up Southern Africa, around 1.9 or close to 2 million square kilometers, or 27% of the total area, is protected. 2 million square kilometers. Just think of that. Of this, 1 million square kilometers, or 83% of this protected area, is part of the TFCAs. Kaza alone accounts for about 60% of this total area of the TFCAs in our region. The above stats exemplify the criticality and the leading role this specific TFCA has on regional conservation efforts, with impact within the region and beyond. With its population, with its elephant population estimated at around 227,900, as per the recent survey of 2022, Kaza holds more than 50% of the global savanna elephant population. which is stable but still growing. From a conservation standpoint, this shows that Kaza has done very well throughout the years. It is a success story, a benchmark that should be emulated by others less successful, and should attract more and targeted resources to sustain and preserve it, and should be appropriately branded and marketed, as was just highlighted earlier on. This notwithstanding, Your Excellencies, there is a downside to it. 57.9% of these elephants reside in Botswana, and 28.7% of them are found in Zimbabwe. They have unfortunately caused habitat degradation in these two countries and continue unabated to this day, endangering the existence of other wildlife species. They have heightened human-wildlife conflict, going into villages and farmlands, destroying property and crops, and continue to kill our people. It is in my view that all stakeholders, when we engage on matters of elephants, the story should be balanced between human and wildlife. There are two stakeholders here, not just one, which is wildlife. There are people that reside in this. The increased wildlife trade restrictions at the international market and at CITES penalize and undermine Kaza's success in conserving its wildlife and protecting its human population, thereby depriving this region of the critical revenue for sustainable wildlife conservation and enhanced livelihoods for our local communities. Our key message to the world today during this summit is that we must all find workable solutions for all affected, not just wildlife only. We must promote innovative and sustainable wildlife-based value chains to optimize the use of wildlife resources for improved livelihood of SADC citizens and to contribute to socio-economic development. SADC remains committed to facilitating this mission through the SADC CITES engagement strategy. We applaud efforts by the Kaza member states in advocating for the lifting of proposed trade bans, which are having serious unintended consequences on wildlife conservation, rural livelihoods, and socio-economic development of our region. As we approach the 20th CITES Conference of the Parties, or COP20 for short, it is critical that we reflect deeply on past experiences and failures, learn from them, and explore different channels, including diplomatic channels, to defend the interests of the SADC region and our communities. This should include identifying alternative options for trading our wildlife products, especially where, in my view, reason and objectivity are embraced and not just the often exhibited rigidity and inflexibility by some of our stakeholders. The Kaza contribution to the regional, continental, and global sustainable development is not only through the UN Convention on Biological Diversity being operationalized by the SADC Regional Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan, but also the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, or UNFCCC, where COP28 clearly recognized the need to link efforts to address climate and biodiversity crisis to limit global temperature rise within the 1.5 degrees mark. In addition, Kaza contributes to the United Nations Convention to combat desertification, or UNCCD, by addressing enhanced drought resilience, reduced land degradation, and investment in restoration efforts, and the Convention on Migratory Species by facilitating the free movement of wildlife throughout the natural range. Your Excellencies, Kaza must be an important regional asset, and I think it has been highlighted there, for sustainable social and economic development by transforming it into a premier tourism destination. The pilot Kaza Univisa, implemented from 2016 to date, has been successful, and we must commend the two member states, Zambia and Zimbabwe, for taking the lead in this regard. It has produced a total of around 29,000 and 179,000 issued visas by the two countries, Zambia, Zimbabwe, respectively. This instrument, therefore, should be expanded to all Kaza member states. Time is now. It works. Let's use it. This should further strengthen the tourism development and maximize social and economic benefits for our region, as well as enhance sustainable conservation of wildlife. We express our profound gratitude to the Kaza heads of state for the exemplary leadership in protecting the Kaza area, sacrificing resources that should be channeled to other development imperatives. We also extend our gratitude to the German government for the fruitful cooperation for all the years we've partnered. For almost 25 years now, the Germans have taken both SADC Secretariat and member states as strategic partners, investing significant resources in SADC TFCAs and mainly in this Kaza area. Since 2009, Euro 44.5 million has been invested in the region's TFCAs. Additionally, the SADC Secretariat has just signed a financing agreement with the European Union for 33 million euros through the Nature Africa initiative. We urge other ICP partners to join in this very long and demanding and expensive journey to better conserve our natural resources with tangible, positive impacts to our citizens living within and around the TFCA. As I conclude, allow me to once more congratulate His Excellency Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, President of Zambia, our host, for convening this summit. I wish you, Your Excellencies, fruitful deliberations. I thank you for attention. Zikomo kwambili, muito obrigado, merci beaucoup, asante sana. Yalewa.
Thank you so very much. That is His Excellency Elias Magoti, SADC Executive Secretary. We can give him another hand. Allow me at this point in time to invite a presentation of the issue paper by the Minister of Tourism, who is also Chairperson Kaza TFCA Ministerial Committee, Honorable Rodney Sikumba, Member of Parliament for this great city's constituency, Livingstone, where we are being hosted, the cleanest city in the nation since 2013.
Good morning, Your Excellencies. I must just want to do a disclaimer that I had nothing to do with that statement that was made, but I like it and I'll take it as my own. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, if you could allow me to recognize the presence of our host, His Excellency Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, the President of the Republic of Zambia, who is playing host as well as chair the Kaza TFCA. Allow me, Your Excellencies, to also recognize the presence of the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Dr. Emerson Mnangagwa. You are very welcome. Allow me also to recognize the presence of His Excellency, Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia. In the same breath, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to extend my welcome to Zona, the Vice President of the Republic of Botswana, Mr. Slamba Tsogwane. Also extend welcome to my colleague, Minister of Tourism of the Republic of Angola, Marcio Daniel, representing His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Angola. I also want to extend my welcome to my colleague ministers in the Kaza region. And Your Excellencies, I must make mention that this particular section is called the issues paper. But I think you choose your tourism ministers very well. And why I say so is because from the time that we've been deliberating, we've had no issues. We've been always just been doing consensus. Would like to give you a round of applause on that one. I also extend welcome to other cabinet colleagues of mine, including those from other Kaza countries, the SADC Executive Secretary, who just spoke before me, Mr. Elias Magosi, and also His Royal Highness, Chief Mukuni. You are very welcome. And with the brevity of time, allow me to use the protocols already established as my own. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we've had a grueling 4 days, starting with a technical committee, doing a deep dive on what Kaza is and where we want to take Kaza. And Your Excellencies, I must indicate that this summit's theme could not have been picked right and also at a better time. And I quote, leveraging Kaza's natural capital and cultural heritage resource as catalysts for inclusive socio-economic development of the eco-region, end quote. This, Your Excellencies, has come at a time where within the SADC region, we're faced with the worst drought ever, which has affected a number of our countries. And we saw our leaders not so long ago convening a meeting through the SADC chairman, the President of Angola, to discuss ways and means on how we could mitigate or ameliorate the challenges that our citizens are going through. And I did indicate to my colleagues, Your Excellencies, that at this particular time, that the drought has brought issues pertaining to energy deficiency, issues to looking at our crop, which is obviously dying, and more so, the very fact that our waters are drying up. It therefore left our ministry, the Ministries of Tourism, Wildlife, and that of Environment, to see ways and means on how we could mitigate this particular challenge. And indeed, Your Excellencies, we eventually sat down to discuss, among other issues, 6 or is it 7 thematic areas that will speak to what we as Kaza are going to contribute to making sure that we support and conserve this biodiversity that we would like to call as life. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this particular summit was coined as far back as 2019. And in 2019 itself, there were 2 specific instructions that were given by the heads of state. Number 1 was for us to ascertain the habitat population within our region. And that in itself spoke to the elephants. And indeed, this particular city was host of the presentation of the elephant aerial survey, which took place here in Livingstone in 2023, August 31st, 2023, where we ascertained the number of elephants to be at 227,900 within the Kaza region. Executive Secretary for SADC did allude to that, and we all know that we are home to 50% of the African savanna elephant. One other particular issue, Your Excellencies, obviously was the issue of having to host this summit. Now the 6 areas that we're looking at were issues to do with natural resource management, community livelihood improvement, land use planning, infrastructure and economic development, tourism development, as well as other cross-cutting issues. And I will take time, just a little bit, Your Excellencies, with your indulgence, just look at the natural resource management, which is obviously broken down in 3. That is wildlife, forestry, as well as freshwater. Your Excellencies, you may wish to note that obviously through the directive, we did the Kasane Elephant Summit of 2019 synchronized a Kaza elephant survey, and it was conducted, as I mentioned, which ascertained the population of 227,900. Further, Your Excellencies, we do realize that the increase of the elephant population in the Kaza meant an increase of the ivory stockpile in each of our partner states, which unfortunately cannot be traded internationally under the CITES Convention. That, Your Excellencies, the Executive Director for SADC belabored on that point, and I wish not to go on to that aspect until we get to the decision. And we also want to indicate that due to the challenges that we're facing with CITES, we want you to take note that the Convention on International Trade of Endangered Species, CITES as they call it, as a forum, no longer represents or reflects the realities of the Southern Africa in general and to Kaza, and in particular the decisions of this forum are negatively impacting the conservation sustainability within the region. Your Excellencies, I'll draw you to forestry. Excellencies, we invite you to note that the challenges facing Kaza's forests and related resources require increased efforts towards achieving sustainable and collaborative management. Further, we note that the development of carbon trading as an art of climate change mitigation and mitigation requires a unified approach in the Kaza region. This is a discussion that we belabored with my colleague ministers, and I believe that you, the heads of state, are actually agreeable with the aspect that carbon trading in Zambia should be similar to that in Botswana, Angola, Zimbabwe, Namibia, across the Kaza states. Your Excellencies, I bring you to matters to do with fresh water. Your Excellencies, you may wish to note that Kaza's interconnected river systems and associated wetland ecosystems and resources are the lifeblood of the Kaza and the key of the ecological-based adaptation and growing vulnerability as a region to climate impacts. Your Excellencies, I'm glad to inform you that we have taken note of that, and we have asked our Kaza Secretariat to engage the 2 river basin organizations, that is the KAVANGA Water Commission, popularly known as OKACOM, as well as the Zambezi Water Commission, ZAMCOM, to harmonize approaches to water and wildlife resources. Now, Your Excellencies, as the ministers in charge of environment, tourism, and wildlife, we wish to recommend the following on natural resource management. Number 1 is to expedite the operationalization of the SADC CITES Engagement Strategy Survey 2022 to 2026 to better defend the conservation, sustainable use, and socio-economic development interests in the region at the upcoming CITES meeting. Further, Your Excellencies, we consider options available within and outside CITES, including diplomatic engagement, withdrawal, reservations, arbitrations, and trading with non-CITES parties as a way to benefit from wildlife and wildlife products. In this particular aspect, we're talking about sustainable utilization of wildlife. Furthermore, Your Excellencies, to fully prepare and participate for the upcoming Elephant Dialogue meeting planned for August 2024 in Botswana, including the holding of at least 2 preparatory meetings to develop a regional common position on CITES, or rather COP20, which will be held in Geneva 2025, and also to consider the harmonization of ownership of wildlife model within the Kaza region. Your Excellencies, allow me to now go into the aspects of community livelihoods, which we all believe that whatever we're doing within our different landscape speaks to the community. Your Excellencies, would like to invite you to note that the human-wildlife conflict remains an issue of high concern as incidents continue to rise at the human-wildlife interface. I did hear Executive Director talking about the aspects of how the large numbers of the elephants within Botswana as well as Zimbabwe have impacted on biodiversity, where we have enough human-wildlife conflict. And further, Your Excellency, we're also talking about, for you to note that the commodity-based trade of beef approach in the production to allow farmers in places deemed to be food and mouth disease infected zones to access new markets after traditionally being excluded from the global beef market. This, Your Excellencies, I know is very close to your heart, and I think it's very, very important that we look into it. And Excellencies, decisions that we're bringing to you for your recommendations are to expedite the approval of the Kaza TFCA Livelihood Diversification Strategy and Climate Change Livelihood Focused Risk Assessment Strategy. Further, Your Excellencies, is to implement the SADC guidelines on the commodity-based trade of beef from the foot and mouth disease areas to support improved livestock husbandry practices, herd for health, rangeland restoration, and enable farmers to access the beef markets. Your Excellencies, I just want to bring it to your attention that a few state parties that have actually gotten onto the community-based natural resource up to legislation level is that of Namibia and that of Zimbabwe, and we've actually looked at how best we could be. We can get lessons from the best in class in this particular aspects. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'll now draw your attention to the aspects of the land use planning. Excellencies, we invite you to note that the application of the CBT for beef approaches in the region, along with the herding for health model, provide an opportunity to reconsider need for extensive fence-based control measures for animal disease management and has implications for the vision of habitat connectivity at landscape scale. And I know for a fact, like from Zambia's side, our Minister of Fisheries and Livestock has been very instrumental in seeing ways and means on how we could create these particular corridors, which we strongly feel can be extended within the region so that we get to ring fence not only our wildlife, but our livestock as well. Your Excellencies, the decisions that are coming for recommendation to yourselves is to promote the cross-sectional integrated land use planning for ease of coordination of development within the region. Further, Your Excellencies, we recommend that we implement the policy brief recommendation as per approved elephant movement policy brief, that is of October 2022 Ministers Committee. And last but not least, the embedded conservation connectivity in the development and area management plans. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'll draw your attention to the fourth thematic item, which is the infrastructure and economic development. Your Excellencies, you may wish to note that the natural capital values for the Kaza landscape needs to be better assessed and documented in order to inform policies and plans to facilitate for decision making. And you may wish to also note that the inclusivity is required to realize socio-economic development goals and the green growth opportunity. And we have been hearing from the presentation, Your Excellencies, where we're talking about the Kaza Uni Visa, which I'll probably delve in at some point, and also the aspects of us to free roam within the 5 particular countries, similar to the way the elephants roam in these particular countries. I am very delighted, Your Excellencies, that some countries within the Kaza region, such as Botswana and Namibia, have already implemented the aspect of having to visit their countries using their national IDs. We congratulate you for that. And we strongly encourage that we extend that particular facility to other countries within SADC. I've always said it and I'll say it again, Your Excellencies, there's no better person to market Kaza than the Kaza residents themselves. So we start from ourselves and then we go out there within the continent. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on the decisions for recommendations by you, Your Excellencies, is to assess the current trends and associated risks and opportunities in the landscapes using the sound scientific methodology. Further, Your Excellencies, to investigate potential pathways of green growth within the Kaza, including, but not limited to, sharing experiences and case studies from other regions. Your Excellencies, what is key also for infrastructure development is to ensure that the process for updating each country's IDPs, integrated development plans, and master IDPs is a robust and inclusive one so that the IDPs are reflected in the regional authority development plans. This in itself will be able to now create connectivity within our 5 countries. We all know the challenges that we're faced with in terms of road access. We all know the challenges that we're faced with air access, and that's, for me and my colleague ministers, is what I strongly feel we need to look into. And also to establish a natural capital account in partner states, of which some of us have not done it, but I think it's very, very important that we actually get to do it. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'll draw to your attention to thematic item number 5, which is tourism development. Your Excellencies, you may have heard from the ED, we did pilot the Kaza Uni visa between Zambia and Zimbabwe, and the pilot phase was gone through and now it's operational. It's actually part of the border integrated systems. And I want to indicate from the records that we got a total of 208,058 Kaza Uni visas have since been issued between the 2 countries since 2016. I think we need to give ourselves a round of applause on that one. And because of that, Your Excellencies, we have further on, from what you saw, decided to launch the Kaza Destination brand today or yesterday, which obviously will go a long way into promoting the single destination marketing for the Kaza region. And I've said it to my colleagues and they agree with me very, very well that the time to compete is long gone. We should only but complement each other. And that is the only way that we can grow as one Africa. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the decisions that we're bringing to you, Your Excellencies, for the recommendations rather, is to consider to allow our colleagues, that is of Botswana, Angola, and Namibia, to immediately implement the Kaza Uni visa system. Further, Your Excellencies, we recommend also that each member state within the Kaza region implements the Kaza Destination brand, which we saw being shown today, and also to establish mechanism for engagement of communities in the tourism value chain that need to be reviewed to enable improved financial and non-financial benefits from the industry. Last but not least, Your Excellencies, to enhance connectivity across Kaza through direct flights, efficient border management system, road and air infrastructure. This, ladies and gentlemen, is very, very critical. If Kaza scores on this particular aspect, I don't think any other tourist would go to any other region but the Kaza region. We want to ensure that air access is available, road access is available, as well as border facilitation. We, amongst ourselves, are a stone throw away. There's no reason why it should take you hours on end to actually reach each of our countries. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on the matter of cross-cutting issues, Your Excellencies are invited to note that the ongoing work related to the wildlife economy, bankable nature solutions, and sustainable finance solutions, offering a toolbox for options that can be applied and scaled across the Kaza landscapes. And what we brought, decision that we brought for your recommendations, Your Excellencies, is obviously to endorse the exchange visit by partner states, lead ministries, to learn on how each model has worked obviously in our lead country, Namibia, and that could be applied to other partner states. Also to create opportunities to sharing lessons learned as case studies in areas of wildlife economy, bankable finance solutions, as well as sustainable finance solutions. This, Your Excellencies, we have agreed unanimously as ministers that Kaza needs to be sustainable. At some point, the resources that we have within our landscape need to sustain their operations. And that is the reason why we are going to be having serious discussions amongst ourselves with our technocrats to see how best we could give ourselves a yardstick, the date when we will know that this particular region becomes sustainable. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to just draw you to the last item, obviously which borders on this particular summit, as well as the secretariat that actually pulled all these things together. I think it's very important, Your Excellencies, for us to bring it to your attention and to also note the role, the effective role that the Secretariat has had over a period of time, the program of work, which obviously requires a lot of resources, as it were. And I think in the aspect of having to strengthen the Kaza Secretariat, which we know is supported by our colleagues from the SADC Secretariat, is a way on how we could jointly mobilize financial resources for the construction of the Kaza Secretariat office in Kasane. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to take note of the fact that Botswana was gracious enough to spare a piece of land that we will, as Kaza, be building our Secretariat as soon as funds are made readily available. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, we're talking about creating the opportunities for sharing lessons learned and case studies in areas of wildlife economy, bankable finance solutions, and sustainability. What the Executive Director mentioned much earlier could not have been said any better. We should be able to start looking inwards to see what kind of resources that we have. We did our elephant survey, but we are also proposing that we extend the survey to other species which obviously are being discussed under the CITES rules. Here we're talking about the elephants themselves, the cats, the hippos, the giraffes, and many others, so that we actually have that particular number scientifically proven that this is the habitat that actually sits in this particular aspect. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I just want to put comfort in yourselves that all these matters that I have raised are being checklisted and will be followed upon each and every of us, the ministers, to ensure that we continuously update you on the issues raised and obviously based on the solutions and resolutions that would require your specific interventions at various forums within Cabinet itself or indeed in Parliament. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my singular honor and privilege to invite our host president, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, to come and make his keynote address. Mr. President, may we all be upstanding.
You may take your seats, please. Thank you very much. I'm Khaled. Thank you very much. Let me recognize my dear colleagues, President Mnangagwa, Zimbabwe, President Nangolo Mbumba, Namibia, Vice President Slamba Togwane, Botswana, Dumerara. Let me recognize our minister from Angola, Minister representing President Lorenzo FONTIER. Let me also recognize the SADC Executive Secretary, who who spoke very well earlier in the day. Let me recognize the Minister of Tourism here and your colleagues from the Kaza states and other ministers that are present today, provincial minister, and probably from not only Southern Province, but around the Kaza issues, but also other cooperating partners, ambassadors, high commissioners, accredited to our country, and probably to other Kaza states that may be present here. And His Royal Highness Mnogalia Mukuni, who is the host chief in this beautiful place, and your colleagues that may be present, other chiefs, Mayor of Livingstone, and your colleagues from other areas, government officials from our Kaza states, not just Zambia, from our Kaza states. Indeed, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to start by really welcoming you here, my dear colleagues, their excellencies, heads of government and heads of state and government, so to say, and their representatives, and all of you distinguished guests or participants to this Heads of State Summit on the KAVANGA ZAMBEZI Trans-Frontier Conservation Area, in short, Kaza. We're very delighted, especially those that are coming from outside Zambia, to host you here. You're truly welcome to Livingstone. Welcome to Zambia. We are only hosts, but by definition of recent history. But this is actually your home. Before colleagues sat in Berlin to draw our boundaries, which is one people, completely one people. So you are home here. President Bumba was saying when one of the co-masters of ceremony says, Matambulu, he says, well, but that's my language. He said, truly one. So feel at home because this is your home. Let me just make a mention, special mention of this location, which we argue with my big brother there, President Mnangagwa, that who has the best site of this force. Again, excellent location, a rare gem in the world, which most of us citizens of Kaza don't even appreciate. We're not conscious of how excellent this location is. God's creation, fantabulous place, one of the 7 wonders of the world, and wrongly described, if the British are here, that it was discovered by David Livingstone. No. David Livingstone was taken by the local people. So he was asking, what was that strange noise here? And the local people gave him the local names. Chungu na Mchitima, Musio Tunya. I'm sure from the other side, their names. He was taken there because he had never seen anything like this in his life. But the history then was that he discovered the Victoria Falls and gave it the name of the Queen of England at the time. That's okay. But honestly speaking, it's a wonderful place. We in Zambia, Zimbabwe, have stopped the debate of who has the best view, because the views are best from all sides. Have you looked at the views from the air? Fantastic. And then you go on to Kasane, Kazungula. This is one general area. Look at the beauty there. A rare situation where 4 countries, if I'm not wrong, share a border. This piece of asset, this Kaza region, must look at it properly. Extend the extension to the fully blown area into the 5 countries, Angola, Botswana, Namibia, Zimbabwe, Zambia. It couldn't have been brought together any better than this Kaza initiative. So let us develop it. Let us realize its full potential. As I join the other speakers that have spoken already, I really think that we must be consciously saying to ourselves, how can we extract the best out of this asset in the most sustainable way? I'm talking of Kaza now. It is an asset that we need to manage properly. So, truly to be host to this summit, we appreciate and acknowledge the graciousness of the other member states, presidents that are here and their representatives, and the teams that have been working for many years on this asset, Kaza asset. It is also important for me to express our gratitude to our traditional leaders at this early stage of my submission. The host chiefs here and across, the chiefs in the 5 countries. And again, President Mbumba reminded me that it is the correct thing to thank our traditional leaders, our peoples, for looking after these assets. For looking after these assets long before Kaza was even, if I thought about. These assets in these 5 countries have been looked after in a sustainable way. Our forefathers and mothers were never destructive in the exploitation of. They lived with elephants. They didn't build homes in the elephant routes until we came along. We who were a bit greedy and wanted to build everywhere, and still to maintain their memory, large memories of trekking using particular routes. If you look at this river, there's only certain places you see elephants crossing. Once in a while you see them crossing in a rare place, but generally they have a place they cross. Where you're seated here, if you're going into town in Livingston, there's only one point you must be careful about. That's the point they cross for centuries. So Kaza is such a wonderful idea to open up these routes for humanity and the creatures that lived in a harmonious way with us. So let's build that in as we manage Kaza. Ministers of Tourism, Environment, Green Economies, let's take that into account. Let's learn from that heritage and build on it. That's one of my own suggestions that I'm making. And I'm sure my colleagues, heads of state, agree with me. We, the 5 countries, have had a long relationship with each other. As I said, historically, culturally, similar dances, similar music, language, genetic material. We've shared a lot of genetic material over the years. I'm talking about cross marriages, and even in the olden days again, chiefs would send emissaries to look for wives across the Tapa Kingdom onto the valley on the Zambian side. And you shouldn't be surprised that chiefs here, where we are seated, chiefs here and across in Zimbabwe speak the same language, and they have nephews, cousins living across. So is the case in Botswana, so is the case in Namibia, so is the case with Angola. So the point I'm making is that now we have formal diplomatic relations we call it, but they were actually there. These diplomatic relationships were there, and they endured. Again, I'm saying let's build around the culture. Remember, nature, natural resources, human, animal, trees, water, others are intertwined. And when you talk about culture, it's actually embedded in these assets. Even the names, the descriptions of these things. So I am saying that this summit is building on our heritage and our relationships which were formalized and the friendships that we share amongst ourselves will make it easier for us to take Kaza where it should be. We've actually been a bit slow. We've been slow. Let's accelerate now that growth around Kaza as the nucleus of what we do with it. I must also say that it is important that conservation and our legacies, our heritage, are also viewed from the point of view of coexistence, natural selection issues, and I'm touching on what the Executive Secretary mentioned. We cattlemen, and again, these 5 countries, somewhat we're all cattlemen in these 5 countries. We cattlemen cow our cattle. Sometimes we have a troublesome animal, and you take it out. When you take it out, you don't bury it. The meat is eaten. The horns are used for musical instruments and other applications. How is it that we would not be in a position to cull our wildlife? Sometimes we cull trees. That's true. When we want to make products out of trees. How is it that we leave out the culling, the trading, responsible, sustainable trading of what Kaza is all about? And so, if we cull an old elephant bull that decides to only eat maize, so what do we do when we cull it? We burn it, its skin, its bones, its tusks. I think question that was being raised here. There will be trade associated with culling, associated with natural selection, associated with other things. I think it's important that all of us in Kaza and our partners, respecting that irresponsible harvesting could lead to destruction and lack of sustainability. That's very important that we must. You can't have one without the other. It's not possible. Let me return to us cattlemen. We also cow barren animals. Actually, we cow. Amongst the male calves, we say, this one will go for something else. This one will go for breeding. It's just the way life is. To invoke extremism in this debate. I want to invoke realism. I want to invoke sustainability concepts. Even just numbers, sheer numbers. How do you sustain the numbers if you don't do certain things that are of an intrusive nature, but positive intrusion? I say so, yet I'm the one who believes that rampant, uncontrolled poaching, as an example, should never ever be allowed in an environment, in an area like the one we've set up. I think I've beaten the point hard enough. So we leave it to the experts in our area, Kaza area, other partners we have who have been with us, global issues, what other challenges may come along. Let us bring all of this to the table. So, SADC, Executive Secretary, you're not alone. In fact, there are many who are responsible. We are many who are responsible enough. It's like criminality in a human community. What do you do when you perpetuate criminals in the community? Our old societies had a way of dealing with them. The modern societies still have ways of dealing with them. Point is made. Leadership. Let me not forget this point. Kaza must entrench the issue of responsiveness, the issue around sustainability. These assets don't belong to us who are alive now. If that were the case, we would have never found them. Because if they had belonged to the generation before us, they would have been probably gone. So it's our duty to take care of these assets in totality, to pass them on to those coming after us, including those who are not yet born. I think it's a noble duty to do that. Let me talk about leadership. You made your 5, 6 points, 7 points, how many? Minister of Tourism, representing your colleagues. We listen to you. We listen to you. You are making recommendations to us. We will provide the leadership. We will provide the leadership to make the decisions that are necessary so we can achieve the Kaza objectives, the broader ones as well, and those that are being suggested through various messages coming through the people speaking here, so that we can have a functional Kaza, one which is clear. I saw the Secretariat articulated the areas, focal areas. And I think it's important that we, the leaders here, my brothers and colleagues that are here, confirm publicly that we are here to make decisions. Bring the decisions for us to make. We'll make them. We'll make them. I talked about culture, diversity, yet one, unity in diversity. I think these are non-issues. These are complementary issues. And I want to emphasize the point that I made it earlier. We celebrate our culture and our culture embedded in nature. That's true. So let us bring these assets together to create not just a conservation case, but also create a case for business together properly, plus our culture issues and other factors. We will have an asset that we can package in a way that it will attract investments to address the issues of sustainability as we work with our cooperating partners, generating revenues ourselves, to support the local communities that have been there before us. We want them to buy in the story of anti-poaching. They must see alternatives for their livelihoods. Food. Alternatives for their livelihoods in terms of energy. Even water for human consumption. This drought has now shown us something, exposed us gravely. So we need to do certain things that would allow our communities to feel secure in terms of food, feel secure in terms of energy, feel secure in terms of business opportunities for their children as well. So I would like to suggest that we celebrate Kaza with responsibility, but with the order book, I use that term deliberately, work ahead of us. Come this far, but we work ahead of us. A lot of work, and we don't have the time. The risks we run now are exacerbated by climate change challenges that we've seen. So working together, I heard you, Minister, is an imperative. And not always to think of competition, but more complementarity. I was thanking the minister from Angola to go and thank President Lorenzo that because we had no rain in Zimbabwe, in Zambia, largely, and Namibia and other countries, let's say the Kaza countries, the only country that had a bit more rain of the 5 countries is Angola. And we can see a little bit more water, yes, it's lower levels, but a little bit more water coming through Lungwebungu from Angola, tributary into the Zambezi, from Luanginga, Lueti, for us, and I think there are other tributaries as well, trickling through a little bit more. And we must say thank you to the rain we had in Angola. That underscores the importance of working as one. Managing Kavango, all the waterheads there, in Angola, in Zambia, in Zimbabwe, in Botswana, which has usually lesser water, Namibia, very, very important. And common standards become imperative, complementary standards. This hotel where you are seated 25 years ago, in fact 26 years ago, when the initiation came of building this hotel, it was a nightmare because of it being a World Heritage Site. Here and across, of course, is one in Zimbabwe. And we who are building in Zambia and Zimbabwe have to obligate ourselves to global standards, such as 50-meter riverine belt. Although we need to produce food, we cannot be doing agriculture 50 meters into a river system or basin, because it destroys through erosion. It will create alluvial soils that are not necessary, and basically take out the depth of our river systems. And when that happens, the streams will dry faster. Those standards in the Kaza region must be checklisted properly, must be enshrined in our normal day-to-day work and life. Other things come in place. I'm only giving an example. So we have a bit more work to do. So at that point, all I can say as I close, say, we need to do more work. Appreciate the work that has been done, but we need to do more work. Investments for sustainability, responsible investments in the Kaza area to create job opportunities for our people. Again, the communities that are there. We do need to do that, ministers and the technical teams, to isolate a little bit more on the business issues, the economic issues, as for conservation and other factors. I'm grateful that we've already talked about the Univisa, Kaza Univisa rolled out. I think we must simply say this will happen. The presidents are here. It should happen. SADC Executive Secretary, because that's the way my brain was formed, I think we can have a little bit more added value. When this Kaza Univisa is working, why not roll it out in the SADC region? Is there a problem with that? What's the issue there? It will deliver the same benefits we intended to deliver in the 5 Kaza member states. So we could consider that. Because SADC doesn't need to reinvent the wheel. If it's done as part of the SADC protocols here, we must consider rolling it out. Unless it creates additional challenges or harm. If it doesn't, let's optimize. Infrastructure has been touched on. I will not repeat that. I had it in my note. So, technology is all I can say. You mentioned border management systems and other things. But we, in other platforms, we met in Victoria Falls Town. Not long ago, President Mnangagwa was host to us when we were talking about ease of doing business, trade within the continent. And we cherish the issues around one-stop border post. I made a pronouncement in Victoria Falls Town I'm sure others were present in that meeting when we sat there. And I said, why are we priding ourselves about one sub-border post? That will be out of date. It's already out of date. We should be talking about a non-stop border post. A non-stop border post. Because we must cut the cost of doing business and bureaucracy and opportunity for corruption. That's true. I know people don't want to say it. We must say these things. The truck doesn't have to stop here. Where I can walk to see President Mnangagwa if he's in big force, I can walk. So why should the truck be stopping? It should just run through. Because technology allows us to scan the truck from the point of parking and track it along the way. Trucking companies do that. I have friends who are in trucking. They do that. Once they park in Beira, they know even when a driver stops somewhere to answer the call of nature, they are seeing the driver. That is true. So why should we have one-stop border post? So non-stop border post is the way to go. Technology allows us to do that. I know what we presidents and other leaders will be concerned about. We'll be concerned about security, smuggling, drugs, human trafficking. We can incorporate all of that. I think Kaza shouldn't work in isolation. Those things, Dr. Magosi, we're already dealing with them in other components of SADC. Again, because of technology. Security is important. Kaza should not be a source of bringing insecurity to member states. But Kaza should be part of the global efforts to fight crime, such as what I've already indicated. Destroying our population, drugs, human trafficking. I don't know about our other Kaza countries. We in Zambia are having problems with human beings being trucked in fuel tankers. And some are dying. So if we don't pick it up in Zambia, they will end up in Zimbabwe. So we've acted irresponsibly here. They will end up in Botswana. And vice versa. Except that most trafficking actually is, unfortunately, is north to us in the south, Horn of Africa. Not to embarrass anybody. It's a serious problem. But we can deal with it through technology. So it's not the reason why we can avoid lowering the cost of doing business amongst our Kaza countries. I must mention, you did mention about legal reforms. I want to add legal regulator as well. I think we can harmonize those. Very important that we do it quickly. We don't have to waste time. I must be emphatic here. If I didn't say it, I would lose an opportunity. Carbon trading. I think you mildly mentioned that. Carbon trading. We don't want to structure carbon trading in a way that leaves value on the table and that value goes elsewhere. That value must stay in the Kaza region. The carbon trading. COP28 in Dubai, we defined some of the things that must be built into what we're discussing here. 3 elements. What's the market? What is this animal called the carbon market? You can't trade in something you don't understand. Let's define it properly. As we already discussed at COP28, Kaza must adopt the resolutions of 3 points that we raised there. 1, definition of the carbon market. 2, the pricing. The pricing of the carbon market. Many times, colleagues from Europe, this is not segregation, would come and present a proposal to us that we can trade in carbon assets that are held in Kaza and other parts of our African continent. But the pricing is dictated by them. And the pricing per ton of carbon can range from $15 to $100+ per ton. Am I saying 15,000? Correct me, who is in the sector here? But the range is from about 15 to 100 units. Let's use the easier term, units. And it can settle anywhere. So why should one Kaza country agree to a price of carbon, a ton of carbon, at 15 units, when we can actually get 100 units. That must not continue to happen. I think we shouldn't play ignorance now. Why? We want more value to stay where the assets, carbon assets are. And they're here with Kaza. What you saw there are carbon assets. So ministers and technical people, let's engage. So that's the second point. The third, so first is the market definition. What is a ton of carbon? 2, what is the price of a ton of carbon? 3, how do benefits trickle down to the communities that are looking after these assets so that they can stop charcoal burning because they have business opportunities for revenue? Those 3 things. I thought I should end there and say thank you very much. As Zambia, we appreciate you giving us the graciousness to host this Kaza Heads of State Summit, and also to ask delegates to continue the work that you ought to do, and we are available to provide the support. But once the summit is over, we would like you to stay a little bit longer here. I'm sure I'm serious, stay a little bit longer here. Those who can't stay longer, bring your families. They will walk over from here to Zimbabwe. Maybe your nephews are in Elephant's Hill Hotel there. The uncles are here in Royal Livingstone, and they are free to move around, since we have already got a Kaza uni visa between Zambia and Zimbabwe. So really, bring your families here, ask your young ones to have their honeymoons here, and we'll be very happy to host them. Thank you very much.
Very important, yes, we have read that more work has to be done for the Kaza area. Of course, the issue of the uni visa has come up so strong. The emphasize on the non-stop border post, which is very important. I like to find out stay a little longer. Mr. President, I make a duty myself, Dr. Reason, and also the city of Kingston. Grew up in the city and learning and doing the primary school. Teacher saying, who discovered the Victoria Falls? We all wrote the Kingston. We need to look for our books and make corrections. Allow me at this point in time to invite the reflection of the summit film that will be done by one of the veteran broadcasters of our nation, Ambassador Grant Kuila. He's a veteran for him as he comes on the reflection of the film. We can do better than that if we can for Ambassador. Your Excellency, the President of Zambia,
behalf of Emerson Mnangagwa. To honor the Vice President of Botswana, representing President of Botswana, Honorable Minister of Tourism from Angola, Master Issues, presenting the President of Angola. My name, it is my humble honor to anchor this important time. My task is very simple, simply to request you to give your reflection on the KAVANGA ZAMBEZI Trans-Frontier conversation. It is my distinguished honor to invite the Minister of Tourism, Master Jules, here. The Minister of Tourism, yes.
Mr. President, allow me to speak in Portuguese and address all of you. Excelência, ainda Hichilema, Presidente da República da Zâmbia, Excelência Dr. Emerson Mnangagwa, Presidente da República do Zimbábue, Excelência Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, Presidente da República da Namíbia, Excelência Dr. Slambet Tsogane, Vice-Presidente da República do Botsuana, em representação do Dr. Mazizi, Presidente da República do Botsuana, distinto Dr. Elias Magosi, Secretário Executivo da SADC.
It is Channel 1. Sorry, Mister. Channel 1, please. Channel 1. Thank you. Please go ahead, Minister.
Distinto Dr. Credo Danjua, Provincial Minister of Southern Province. Distinto colega e amigo Rodney Sikumba, Ministro do Turismo da Zâmbia e coordenador do Comitê de Ministros do Turismo da região do Kavango Zambezi. Distintos membros do Governo da Zâmbia, distintos membros dos governos de Angola, Botsuana e Namíbia, caro Presidente da Câmara de Livingstone, minhas senhoras e meus senhores. Em nome de Sua Excelência, João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, Presidente da República de Angola, quero manifestar a nossa profunda gratidão pela calorosa recepção e hospitalidade do Governo e do povo da República da Zâmbia, desde que chegamos a esta linda cidade turística de Livingstone, que alberga uma das grandes maravilhas naturais, Victoria Falls, um recurso turístico muito valioso e importante de chamariz para o destino turístico da região do Kavango Zambezi. A presença da delegação angolana nesta importante cimeira do Kaza é o reflexo do nosso firme engajamento de trabalharmos em conjunto com todos os países membros da região do Kaza para o alcance da visão e dos grandes objetivos que constam do Tratado do ATFC Kaza, assinado em 2011 em Luanda, República de Angola, à margem da Cimeira da SADC. Transcorridos mais de 12 anos desde a assinatura do tratado, impõe-se fazer um balanço realístico sobre os resultados alcançados até a data e estamos conscientes que ainda temos grandes desafios para alcançar a visão e os objetivos que nortearam o estabelecimento do ATFC Kaza. Contudo, o mais importante é o espírito de união que reina no seio de todos os Estados-membros e a vontade inequívoca de continuarmos a trabalhar de forma coesa para ultrapassar todos os obstáculos que têm condicionado a plena materialização da visão e objetivos desta notável iniciativa de integração regional. Excelências, temos sim motivos para celebrar. Celebrar esta forte união dos governos e povos dos países membros. Celebrar as grandes vitórias alcançadas ao longo deste percurso, fruto do empenho de todos os intervenientes no processo. Quero aproveitar a oportunidade para expressar a nossa gratidão aos parceiros de desenvolvimento, organizações internacionais, representantes de Estados parceiros e membros da comunidade que muito têm contribuído para tornar o Kaza uma realidade. O Kaza já é, de facto, uma marca inspiradora. Uma marca reconhecida a nível mundial por representar um dos grandes exemplos de integração regional no domínio da conservação e turismo. Por isso, excelências, devemos estar orgulhosos do trabalho já realizado, mas continuamos firmes para alcançar outras vitórias e a materialização da visão do Kaza. Minhas senhoras e meus senhores, o Executivo angolano, liderado por Sua Excelência, Presidente da República, João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, tem dedicado especial atenção ao turismo, que representa um setor-chave na estratégia de diversificação da economia angolana. A recente medida de isenção de vistos para 98 países quilômetros, bem como a perspectiva de construção do Executivo angolano em criar condições e infraestruturas para alcançar o setor, para alavancar o setor do turismo em Angola, com particular destaque para a componente angolana da área transfronteiriça de conservação do Okavango Zambezi. Para o efeito, foram aprovados para a componente angolana do Okavango Zambezi diversos projetos estruturantes, sendo de destacar os seguintes: a construção de pontos fronteiriços no Dirico, Mucuço, Guabata e Bico de Angola. A reabilitação dos troços de estradas nacionais na região do Okavango e a terraplanagem de vias que interligam as principais áreas de interesse turístico na região. Para além destes projetos públicos já aprovados, com um investimento previsto acima de 350 milhões de dólares, constituem igualmente preocupação do governo de Angola a melhoria dos serviços de telecomunicação e o abastecimento de energia e águas em zonas remotas com enorme potencial turístico. Distintos convidados, Angola é um país amplamente abençoado com recursos turísticos de nível internacional, que vão desde o deserto do Namibe, partilhado com a Namíbia, nosso país irmão, a bacia do Okavango, partilhado com os países do Kaza, as zonas das estepes e savanas na província do Mochico, partilhado com a vizinha República da Zâmbia, nosso país irmão, as praias tropicais proporcionadas pelo Oceano Atlântico, a floresta do Mayombe, partilhada com a República Democrática do Congo, só para citar alguns. A todos estes elementos naturais agregam-se os nossos valores culturais, a diversidade do nosso povo, a sua hospitalidade, os nossos ritmos e tradições que fazem de Angola um potencial destino turístico. Mas nós não queremos mais ser um potencial destino turístico. Queremos ser um destino turístico. Por isso, dentro da nossa estratégia e visão de desenvolvimento do turismo, a integração no projeto Kaza e o desenvolvimento desta região constitui nossa prioridade. Assim sendo, quero reforçar o nosso engajamento enquanto governo de Angola em continuar a trabalhar de forma coordenada, articulada, concertada e organizada com todos os parceiros do projeto, a fim de tornar o destino turístico do Okavango Zambezi uma marca de referência internacional. Para concluir, quero trazer o lema do turismo em Angola, também aqui para o Kaza, que é juntos e todos pelo turismo. Neste caso, estamos juntos e todos pelo Kaza. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Minister. Now to be followed by Your Honor, the Vice President of Botswana. The Vice President, sir.
Thank you very much, the Director of Ceremonies. Let me take this opportunity to reflect on some of the issues raised here. The problem is that I don't know how much time I have, because I have everything that could take the whole day. But anyway, I'll cut the long story short. Let me start by appreciating very much and also acknowledging the presence of our presidents, our senior citizens around, Your Excellency, our host, Hichilema, the President of the Republic of Zambia, Your Excellency, Dr. Emerson Zambuza Mnangagwa, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Your Excellency, Dr. Angola Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, Honorable Minister from Angola standing in for His Excellency, the President of Angola, Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, senior government officials, members of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I understand we also have our Royal Highness who are here, the chiefs, traditional leaders from both sides of this great river. I also acknowledge your presence, Your Excellency, the Executive Secretary, SADC, have just delivered us a very, very recognize your presence here. Honorable Ministers of all the 4 or 5 Kaza member states and any other dignitaries that might have been invited to this meeting, I greet you and bring you a very warm greetings from His Excellency the President of the Republic of Botswana, Dr. Mokgweetsi Eric Yabes Masisi, who would have loved to be here, as he has always been with his colleagues in all these meetings. So, thank you very much. Your Excellency, Ichilema, as I've indicated here around that, I wanted to know how much time I might have. I was serious about it because you see the format of this has not been disclosed earlier on. But I will just make a few remarks. But when you talk about what we have gathered here, as we indicated last night, and let me thank you for the banquet that you hosted for us, when we sometimes talk about the hospitality that we have enjoyed since our arrival, we fail to indicate what we mean. Let me say that we had a very warm welcome and you hosted us last night with that banquet. So, Your Excellency, I want to first speak from experience before I can deliver what I may call an official statement from Botswana. You see, when you talk about something that really affects you, that you lived, that you continue to live, sometimes it's very important to give an experience. You don't speak like someone who is from outside. You talk like someone who is living that thing, talking from the heart. So the Kaza, as we know it, the great river, the Makgadikgadi, the depressions, the big fall, as we have said it, the great floods from Angola along this river, the great parks that we have, animals that we have, the good soils that have sustained our people. When we talk about sustaining our people, we mean the real poor people who lived this life along these great environments. So I'm talking from experience because in my constituency, I've lived this. I'm a member of parliament for a constituency that covers the whole part of Kaza in Botswana. Starting from Makalamabedi, I share it with the Maung MPs, of course. And there are a number of constituencies that are affected in my area. About almost 10 constituencies are covered by the Kaza. So, which means when you look for a vote, you have to look for a vote to make a government in Botswana, mainly from the Kaza area. You get your vote. So I live in that area because even in my area in Botswana, we have got 2 different areas. There are those who were born and brought up in Gaborone. They may know or have little experience of the Kaza as compared to those who were brought up in the rural areas, especially along the Kaza area. So I am a member of the Kaza area. So, okay. I am a member and I lived in the Kaza area, so I'm talking from experience. What I wanted to say, which I want to buttress, probably one of the 2 things that His Excellency Dr. Hichilema has pointed out, was about conservation. Yes, when I lived along this area, as I was brought up, I was told there are certain plants which we need not to cut during winter. One of them, Ibidua Mkhalo. I don't have the scientific name for it. You don't cut those plants during winter. When I was brought up, I was told that there are certain animals, but in particular with reference to myself, I was told you don't eat this animal. You don't eat it. So totems is part of our culture. You don't eat certain animals. Those who are in a certain area, Bakatla, the different tribes, there are certain animals that they don't eat. And those animals are preserved in that case because those people would not touch those animals. So conservation in our culture is something that we lived. It's something that is part of our livelihoods. Then we have the livelihoods of the rural people. As we grew up, we knew that the people in our area, they depended on wildlife. They lived side to side with wildlife. They also depended on plowing. They depended on certain plants in the area. So all this is what we want to protect today and preserve so that those people can have sustainable livelihoods. Unfortunately, I want to be a little bit bring a radical view here. One of the radical views that I want to bring here is that it's personal, not from the government or anything. I've realized that much as we fight poverty in the rural areas, poverty persists. It is very stubborn. It continues to be there. It grows. But when you reflect on it, when you look at some of the policies that we make, Kaza being included, when you look at reflect on some of the issues that we are dealing with today, you find that we are doing that for the poor people, we are doing that for the rural areas, people who are living there, who are living in poverty. Unfortunately, sometimes we don't represent fully their views because at some times, if they were to be here, if this summit was about the poor people, I'm sure the recommendations that they will bring up here will be quite different, probably from what we would have reached as we reflect on these things. So I want to live my life and one day experience a summit of the poor. To reflect on the policies that we have as government, national government, to reflect on some of the things that we say we are bringing up so that we protect and sustain their livelihoods and have their views. That was just to preface my remarks. Having said that, without wasting time, I want to say I would like to begin by pointing out that the Kaza TFCA initiative is one of the great initiatives within the SADC region that acts to emphasize regional cooperation in the fields of tourism, biodiversity conservation. This initiative is a shining example of how regional cooperation can benefit not only the environment but also the economies of our member states. I commend the efforts of all involved and hope to see Kaza TFCA continue to flourish. The summit, as we have already heard from previous speakers, serves as a crucial opportunity to reaffirm commitments by partner state governments to this remarkable initiative that we have been developing since 2006, when the Memorandum of Understanding for the establishment of the TFCA was signed. Your Excellencies, before getting to the theme of the day, let me assure you that Botswana remains firmly committed to the Kaza TFCA initiative, as epitomized by our volunteering to host the Secretariat, getting land of it, as it has been mentioned, as well as not only stopping that far. Just a few days ago, we were passing or discussing a CAB memo to deal with diplomatic benefits of those officers of the Kaza secretariat. So very soon they will get their diplomatic, yes, we have passed that memo, they will get their diplomatic rights which they were aspiring for. The theme for this summit, leveraging Kaza's natural, capital, and cultural heritage resources as catalysts for inclusive socio-economic development of the eco-region, resonates deeply with Botswana's National Transformation Plan. Our plan prioritizes 8 sectors for development. Within it, we have tourism at the forefront, and this is what we are dealing with. A thriving Kaza TFCA, with its abundant wildlife and cultural richness, presents a significant opportunity to attract more tourists to our region. Botswana is committed to working closely with our partner states to unlock Kaza's full potential and ensure its inclusive economic development across the eco-region. And we have just heard from His Excellency that we must position ourselves as a destination of tourism. Yes, of course, in Botswana we have that motto of Botswana, our pride, your destination, including the tourists. So it will be Kaza in this place to be a destination of tourism. To capitalize on these opportunities, Botswana has developed a national tourism strategy and Master Plan 2021. This plan strategically positions 4 of our 8 tourism development areas within the Kaza TFCA. We are also working to enhance our tourism offerings with strong focus on local community inclusion. This is not only to ensure that economic benefits are shared, but also to foster a sense of ownership and pride in our natural heritage. You know, just to indicate one thing, when Kaza started, it's not that people were properly consulted in my area. I know it made a lot of people, especially those who are within the Kaza area, to be very uncomfortable. Some were asking themselves, what is it? Are they taking our plots, our cattle posts, or what? There were so many stories. So, but with time, we tried to do a lot of public education. Now they accept, they know what Kaza is all about. It is to their benefit. Some of them, they are benefiting even from the programs that they were not very much attracted to, the CBRM policies and programs, because of the sensitization by Kaza. And some of them, they are even invited to some areas to go and meet with other people from other places. So that in its own, a lot of people in our Kaza area, they are very much aware of what Kaza is all about. Your Excellencies, the theme speaks to harnessing our natural, capital, and cultural heritage for economic development. In this regard, we are pleased to share Botswana's success with community-based natural resource management. Our CBNRM model empowers local communities living alongside wildlife to participate in its management and share the accruing benefits. This has resulted in increased household incomes and improved infrastructure in villages bordering wildlife areas. We are confident that a strong CBNRM framework across the Kaza region will not only empower communities, but also contribute to the TFCA's long-term sustainability by fostering a sense of stewardship among those who call this eco-region home, because it's our home, as we have rightly indicated. We recently, 2022, passed the Access and Benefit Sharing of Biological Diversity Act, which aims to ensure that the people get fair and equal benefits from revenue and any other sharing arising from it. Your Excellencies, in addition to our CBRM initiatives, we award hunting quotas to community-based organizations. That is what we've been doing. That is what we are doing. I think His Excellency spoke to it very clearly when it comes to sustainable use of the resources, which some people mistake it for recklessness or not good use of our resources. As we have said, we have lived with these animals the longest, and we have been very kind, and we've been looking after them even before all these other organizations were in place. So we have the trust. We would want to continue to live and also look after our animals. I think culling is also part of management, because these animals will not look after themselves. It's us who must look after themselves and use them sustainably. That's what we want to do. But you know, when you don't do that, there will be no ownership of these animals. The people will not take ownership of these animals. As is known to most of you, there are those who seek to detract us. Let me not go into that one, because it has been very clear, and it has been very lucidly said by His Excellency. Your Excellencies, in keeping with the summit's theme of inclusive socio-economic development, we recently passed the Economic Inclusion Act, which dictates that there needs to be a significant percentage of Botswana local citizens in any venture before we allocate any resource to it. We apply this to our allocation of business, land, tourism, concessions, and even tender allocations. So we have passed an act of an inclusive act. So where you consider your citizens before you could consider other people in terms of allocating the resources, the critical resources. So I don't think that, I think this can be done by all other people in our region. The Kaza TFCA is a great initiative, as I've said, and like any grand endeavor, it comes with own set of challenges. The challenges have been said, we have heard it. Our success in conservation has led to thriving wildlife populations. However, this also means our citizens must share their living space with these animals and forests that they also regard as home. This proximity, or this approximately, often leads to conflicts such as elephants raiding crops and lions preying on livestock. We are taking heed of His Excellency's remarks that we sometimes encroach in animal areas. We have seen that settlements growing all over the place, even on the routes of migrating animals. So in our area, the most migratory animals are the zebras. They have their routes. So we are even declaring some of the places as zebra, the Makadikadi, as the zebra's homes. They normally migrate along those areas. But as we know, it's very difficult sometimes. People have choice to where they want to build their kraals, where they want to make their borehole. You know, they apply for any land that they want, and they are allocated land. But we must be mindful of how we disturb some of these corridors. So I think as Kaza, we will continue to educate people. This coexistence results in human-wildlife conflict, but we need to have a peaceful coexistence policy with the animals. That will help us. But as I've said, a lot has been said. Let me not take a lot of your time, although I could have said more. I was just wanting to share our experience with you. The other comment is that of, what do you call it, the visa the uni visa. No, I don't know why we are so behind, because the way we are so committed to this thing here, I don't believe the story. Maybe we're not informed properly, but I'm telling you, I'm telling you, Your Excellencies, I promise you, it will be done like yesterday. I can assure you, knowing my president, it will be done like yesterday. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Executive Director, you had the decisions are being made right here. Their Excellencies are very, very proactive. Thank you, Your Honor. May now invite the President of Namibia, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba. Your Excellency, sir.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Your Excellency, President Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia, Your Excellency Emerson Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Your Honor Slamba Togwane, Vice President of the Republic of Botswana, and my personal friend. If I don't say that, I will not be able to cross over Botswana to go back to Namibia. Honorable Lopez Daniel, Minister of Tourism of the Republic of Angola, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Members of Parliament, Your Excellencies, Members of the Diplomatic Corps, Honorable Governors and District Commissioners, our own Executive Secretary of SADC, Mr. Elias Mahosi, Dr. Nyambe Nyambe, he could not find another name, Executive Director of the KAVANGA ZAMBEZI Transfrontier Conservance Area Secretariat, distinguished traditional leaders, all invited guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and fraternal greetings from Namibia. When I was sitting there, Your Excellency, I was looking at our name, Kaza. And in that Kaza, there is no reference to Namibia. And I said, what is this? Then I realized, no, the person who was involved in coming up with that name must be a Namibian. We have two regions in Namibia, Kavango East and Kavango West. And the last region between Angola, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Botswana is Zambezi. So, very much Namibia. I am honored to join this important summit, which aims to review and track the progress made since the establishment of the KAVANGA ZAMBEZI Transfrontier Conservation Area through the founding treaty way back in 2011. From the outset, I would like to thank our gracious host, His Excellency President Hakainde Hichilema, for the warm welcome and generous hospitality accorded to the Namibian delegation since our arrival in this picturesque town of Livingstone, Zambia. I also commend Your Excellency for the splendid arrangements for this conference. I must say that we have through His Excellency, the chair of the meeting, endorsed all the recommendations you have made. I must also say that it's the first I have attended quite a number of meetings and conferences and summits. It's the first meeting I am attending, and the host president is referring to other countries. This Mbumba from Namibia, Nataba from Zimbabwe. No, hosts don't mention other countries. They only mention their country and finish. HH is the most gracious host I have in this country I ever attended. He even told me yesterday, no, don't call me Your Excellency. I said, Your Excellency, no, just call me HH. We are keen to share our experiences and efforts in leveraging natural capital and cultural heritage resources to promote socio-economic development and sustainable development in a sustainable manner. To this extent, the summit's theme perfectly aligns with our strategies, plans, and vision for a green economy, which encourages balanced economic development while safeguarding the environment. As we all know, the KAVANGA-Zambezi Transfer Conservation Area is an important regional conservation and development program that also seeks to use sustainable tourism to promote rural development in the participating countries. Its ambition is to foster sustainable utilization of the natural resources, as well as promoting stewardship and generating benefits for the communities living in the areas encompassing the Kavango and Zambezi landscape. The progress we have achieved to date through this program is laudable. Namibia has made significant strides towards protecting fragile ecosystems. Presently, 44% of our country's total surface area is classified as protected areas. Conservancies, tourism concession areas, and game farms in line with our environmental conservation laws. Namibia's continued conservation program is comprised of 86 registered conservancies and 43 community forests covering 180,000 square kilometers. And in that area, over 227,000 residents. Our success story is rooted in community-based conservation of wildlife, which as a strategy has helped us to unlock the vast potential of our natural resources as a means of empowering our local communities. We are grateful and proud of this achievement. The local community-based institutions referred to as conservancies in turn help to manage our natural resources at the grassroots level in collaboration, naturally, with the government. Through legislation, communities that form conservancies gain management rights over wildlife and tourism concession in our national parks. Thus, they are able to use these management rights to develop economic opportunities such as ecotourism and professional hunting. Subsequently, these opportunities provide incomes and jobs for members of those communities in some of these poorest areas of our countries. In this manner, communal farmers become direct participants in the conservation and natural development and rural development processes from which They are now able to derive direct income through wildlife and tourism activities. All revenue generated from hunting is channeled to rural communities through our conservancy program. This is part of our strategy to deliver on and fulfill our national obligation to the Convention of Biological Diversity and its 3 objectives, namely biodiversity conservation, 2, sustainable use and access, and the benefit sharing. We have observed an increase in capacity within conservancies to manage wildlife and to develop wildlife-based economic activities. Furthermore, we have seen the creation of jobs and the generation of revenue in areas where the only activities taking place used to be subsistence farming. And subsistence farming in a dry area is not the winning formula. We have seen how local community, through holistic integrated wildlife management, have started to complement other forms of land use. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, despite the milestone we have achieved in respect of wildlife management, illegal hunting, especially that of elephants and rhinos, remain a challenge on our continent. The protection of wildlife essentially involves crime prevention, and there is an urgent need for government and communities to work together to strengthen measures for crime prevention in order to protect our wildlife. Collaboration in this regard, particularly through joint intelligence operations, is therefore imperative. Within the context of Kaza, Namibia is actively participating in various efforts coordinated by Kaza Secretariat to disrupt illegal wildlife trade and poaching. Your Excellency, in order to continue making progress in the sustainable use of our natural and cultural heritage resources for environmental conservation and socio-economic development, we need to create effective synergies as a means of generating mutual benefits for all our people. I therefore call upon ourselves as partner countries to allocate adequate human and financial resources in order to attain the goals and objectives of KAVANGA Zambezi Trans-Frontier Conservation Area. I believe that through concerted efforts, we will strengthen the KAVANGA Zambezi Trans-Frontier Conservation Area initiative and ensure its yield fruitful impact and result for many years to come. It would be remiss in me not to commend the Kaza Secretariat, a key institutional arrangement, our community who often bear the brunt of coexisting with wildlife, and our technocrats who actively work to implement our collective decisions and policies. Thank you for the sterling work and continue to build on it. Finally, I want to thank my fellow heads of states and government for their full commitment to Kaza. I assure you that Namibia remains committed to our shared vision for a development of Kaza. And I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Before I call upon His Excellency, the President of Zimbabwe, a diplomatic appeal, sir. Next time you visit our country, please bring us more Zimbabwean scarves, and then you can take most of our Zambian scarves. That will cement our Kaza partnership. Your Excellency, Dr. Mnangagwa, please, sir.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies. Your Excellency, my dear brother, or young brother, the President of the Republic of Zambia, Your Excellency Hakainde Hichilema, my dear brother, Your Excellency representing my dear brother from Botswana, Dr. Masi, and Your Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, and the Honorable Minister representing our dear brother, President of the Republic of Angola, the Executive Secretary, Their Excellency Elias Mangosi, with us, Honorable Ministers from the KAVANGA Zambezi Trans-Frontier Conservation Area partner countries, Your Excellency Ambassadors who are here, and the representatives of diplomatic missions who may be here, the Kaza Executive Director, Dr. Nyambe, traditional leaders who are here, senior government officials, civic organizations, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Before I proceed to make my statement, I wish to mention that I'm brought up here in Zambia. I'm a Zambian product, but while Zambians feel proud that they produced a Zimbabwean president, Zimbabweans are also very proud that we produced Banda Rupia. So we say in Shona, Chindiro enda Chindiro Zoka. The plate goes, the plate comes. So I feel greatly honored and privileged to be here today to attend this Heads of State and Government Summit on the KAVANGA Zimbabwe Trans-Frontier Conservation Area, the Kaza TFCA. This summit is running under the theme leveraging Kaza's natural capital and cultural heritage resources as catalysts for inclusive socio-economic development for the eco-region, which is a befitting theme as we seek to develop our economies, our societies, and our peoples. This summit strengthens the legacy that was left behind by the founding fathers of this trans-frontier conservation area, which is aimed at harmonizing policies, strategies, and practices for managing shared resources that straddle across international boundaries. As a result, we can drive equitable socio-economic benefits through sustainable use and development of our natural and cultural heritage resources. This KAVANGA Zambezi Trans-Frontier Conservation Area, together with other trans-frontier conservation collaborations in the SADC region, are an indication of our unity and regional integration efforts as a southern Africa. It is this spirit of unity which will facilitate continued beneficial cooperation and collaboration among our nations for the betterment of our people. Your Excellencies, I am delighted that the Kaza TFCA has provided us with tools and frameworks to enable us to meet our obligations towards the attainment of our national visions, as well as the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Further, the Kaza TFCA has created building blocks for SADC member states to forge closer partnerships as we implement various provisions of the several multilateral environmental agreements between us, such as the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Fauna and Flora, the CITES, and other related protocols which we have signed. In so doing, there is need for convergence on conservation-related matters, taking into account our unique circumstances and approaches to wildlife conservation. Particularly, we must be holistic in the strategies we proffer to address these challenges in the conservation of our elephants, given the bulging populations and the ever-increasing incidences of human-wildlife conflict. I heard sometimes at some conference in Europe where they were saying that we should not kill our elephants. I'm sure we should agree to donate to Europe 40,000 or more elephants, and see that I will be able to keep them. The principle of sustainable utilization has been effectively used in our region through the issuance of hunting and management of offtakes to reduce our elephant population and curtail human-wildlife conflicts. It is regrettable that those who finished their wildlife regulate us who have preserved them. Regrettably, these approaches are being resisted and opposed by some quarters and on the global stage. As a region, we have a proud history of wildlife conservation. Among us, we have the largest herd of elephants and other megafauna in the world. This should provide us with an edge in global conservation matters and enable us to create the much-needed benefits for our people. It is disheartening, most unfortunate, and unacceptable that those who are opposing our conservation philosophy have themselves failed to manage their own wildlife populations. Some to the extent of extinction. In contrast, we in Southern Africa, and more specifically in the Kaza area here, we have managed to grow our wildlife populations substantially. We should never allow those with dubious agendas to dictate the way we manage and utilize our own God-given resources, as well as the conservation models we deploy within our own jurisdictions among ourselves. In this context, we need a common voice in defending our conservation policies, our people, and our sovereignty. The upcoming international engagements, such as the CITES 20th Conference of Parties, COP20 in 2025, should provide a platform to defend our policies and values in our region. At the same time, it is critically important that we remain mindful of the need to address other challenges surrounding conservation in the region. The El Nino induced drought has far-reaching consequences on the socio-economic landscape of our region. Our response to the resulting disruptions to the ecosystems, coupled with negative impact on wildlife, agriculture, and water resources, must be met with robust and proactive interventions to build greater resilience in our region. To accelerate climate action, the importance of access to quality, timeous, and accurate climate, weather, and other environmental information cannot be overemphasized. This involves collectively strengthening infrastructure, developing early warning systems, improving disaster preparedness, and enhancing community resilience through education and capacity building programs. In the case of Zimbabwe, the wildlife population growth among certain animal species, such as elephants, is leading to overgrazing, soil erosion, habitat degradation, and the worrying incidences of conflict with adjacent communities. As a result, my government has established a human wildlife conflict relief fund to provide support to victims of human wildlife conflicts. The fund will focus on relief to victims for death, injury, or maiming as a result of problem animals. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to express my sincere gratitude to His Excellency President Hichilema and our Zambian counterparts for organizing this successful summit. I also applaud our key stakeholders who have supported this initiative: the Kaza TFCA Secretariat and the teams from our member states for their tireless work. May I assure you that Zimbabwe stands ready to support and play its part for the success of all ongoing future Kaza TFCA programs. With this short statement, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, since you were brought up in Zambia, I don't know whether in addition to the Zimbabwean passport, you also carry the Zambian passport.
To be honest, I grew up here. Primary education, secondary education, university education here.
We're very honored, sir. Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
When I wanted to become president, I went to the
I'm sure our president will be too delighted to give you a Zambian passport just in case you lost it. Thank you, sir. To close the submissions, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema. Sir.
Thank you very much, Frank Mutubila. Really, I think for us as Mots, it is to express our gratitude once more to all of you, to my colleagues here, my elder brother, senior president. I want Zambians to know that They are senior presidents in this thing. So it's a senior president. Indeed. And, my other colleagues and all the ministers that have been involved, technical teams, partners, including those that are never mentioned in situations like this, who are doing lots of work behind the scenes to make this summit successful. Secretariat of SADC providing the framework, the guidelines. We're so grateful to all of you. And really, all I can say is to indicate that I'm working very hard as a chief servant in this country, coming from the private sector to dosage, to bring in the public sector a distinction between reporting for work at 8 hours and knocking off at 17 hours and calling that work. That is not work. That is hanging around, right? That is hanging around. Yes, that's hanging around. So work must mean deliverables. Deliverables, and I know my cabinet colleagues are tired of hearing this from me, that we must focus on deliverables. So at a summit like this, we've raised a number of things. We have agreed, and I'm very grateful to my colleagues for signing off on a number of requests that you are making to us, such as the Kaza Uni visa, and indeed other measures that I believe that the Minister of Tourism, Zambia Minister of Tourism, on behalf of his colleagues, read out. And I'm also glad that in your deliberations, you didn't have to debate disagreement. You debated on how to reach consensus, how to reach convergence. I think that's the way it should be, but also the concept of competition. We here have what we call a third country name. Zimbabwe, Zambia, we have a third name which encapsulates the two countries, which sometimes we call it Zimzam. Zimzam. And really you can call it Zimzam, you can call it Zamzim. It's one and the same. And the point I'm using, why I'm using this terminology is that the spirit here is that we must focus on complementarity. We can focus on, if you like, convergence, as opposed to segregation. No, we are Zimbabwe, we are Zambia. No. We are Namibia, and we are Botswana, we are Angola. We are actually one package, which would derive more benefits for the intended agenda, vision of Kaza, if and when we worked together, and deeply so. I think that's the message. So is SADC. So as a sort of a, let's see, okay, other than him, as sort of the newer president in the SADC platform, and we shall see the elections coming, what they will produce. I have always been thinking we need to revolutionize just the way we work as regional groupings, to focus more on the business, on the economy, on the issues that will deliver social value to our people, to those who elect us into office. Sometimes we focus on the politics rather than the economics that will support the politics and sustain the democracy. So, but to do that, we know that politics has its place because it's a platform that takes us into public office. It is the one that allows us to serve those that are vulnerable. I like what Vice President, my brother, said, that sometimes we forget when we meet at high-level meetings like this, that the reason we are here is for the most vulnerable people, those that need just water, and this drought, water. So I want would like us to see Kaza, Angola, issues that affect the grassroots people. Namibia, Botswana, Zimbabwe, Zambia. Try and bring them, work stream them into the Kaza program of work. Such as my senior president President Mnangagwa here, we together here, 5 of us must say, how quickly should we be putting water in the areas that are having no drinking water because of the drought? Now, hear me out. As I said, I'm a cattleman. The same water actually will be available for domesticated animals. It will be available for wild animals in some cases. In some cases, we must take water in these Kaza areas. Quickly put water holes there. Otherwise, there will be no game to talk about. Some of the areas, by the time the drought is ameliorated somewhat, depending on what this rain season is going to be, wildlife will be dissipated. Trees will die off. So Kaza must look at practical issues as well. I don't want to repeat what I said over there and what my colleagues have said. So we would like to see innovation, ingenuity of our Kaza management. Sir, you with no names to pick from, since one name is repeated twice. That's what the president said here. Nyambe, nyambe. The Secretariat really should assist us and, if you like, adapting, for Kaza to adapt to the challenges that we face now, so that some of the things don't even need heads of state summits. They need just at the management level, you take decisions. And you have a delegated authority to take those decisions in order to respond. Sometimes reactively, but many times proactively to the environment in which we operate. So really for me is to simply say, can we get the job done? Let us get the job done. Decisions that are made, I'm told there will be decisions read out, a communique, but you can see the attitude here. We are decided. So let's move. Let's implement. Let's adjust without another summit in the context of the broader mandate, delegated mandate that you have as the Secretariat, as member country, if you like, liaison offices, ministers, and connected. And the president here are alive that it's not just the ministers of tourism here. These are multidisciplinary, areas. Environment, green economy, we call it ourselves, water development, energy, all of this. For example, presidents, as you were talking, I was saying, it should be part of the Kaza minimums to say, by a certain year, no tourist vehicle in our parks will be driven by diesel or fossil fuel. They must all be electric vehicles so that we can be correct environmentally. I'm just giving an example of the targets that we should set for ourselves in our work program. So otherwise, thank you very much. And I think the work now is left to all of us, specific groups, individuals, to get on with their job. So others would say, all this will end up into nothing if we don't implement what we've decided. I want to close by my beloved subject, that the order of these things, we say it loosely, social and economic development. I think it's economic and social development. Let's identify areas of investment. Some investments are to be supported by the 5 countries. Even lodges, as simple as that. Planning. I was having a chat with the German ambassador in the side meeting this morning. I said, one of the things we would like to work together around Kaza is planning for eschatic value. Planning for eschatic value. You can have in these areas a ramshackle here, right? Degradation activity here. And here, you want to conserve the environment. Here, you want to conserve the forest. So we must consolidate all these things. So what I mean is that planning is no longer a preserve of the good planners in Zimbabwe. Because along the Zambezi River, you can't distinguish Zimbabwe and Zambia. Certain parts you can't distinguish. I know he made some jokes, this president. Let me make one joke, just one joke. Have you ever seen a country with a long strip like that? cutting Botswana and Zambia, almost displacing Botswana and Zambia from having a borderline. The Caprivi Strip. It was a very clever thing that the Namibians did, because they needed to come into the Zambezi River. Yeah, I know. Because the German ambassador is a friend of all of us, and she's such a good lady. I said, what does the Namibians did? And he whispers, no, it's the Germans who planned that. So really, I mean, at some point in Katimamulilo, in Sesheke, you can't say this is the job, this is the responsibility of Zambia, this is the responsibility of Namibia, because we are all intertwined around there. It's a conversation. So therefore, planning becomes important, not to over-elaborate or illustrate a point. So I think that's what Kaza must be looking at as well, in addition to the broader, grandiose agenda items and objectives. Otherwise, to my presidents, colleagues here, thank you very much for your time, and I know we'll be guided how we proceed from now, but also to all of us that are here. Zambia is proud and really obligated, humbled to be a host to such a wonderful summit. Thank you very much.
Your Excellencies, I would like to thank you all for your insight, contribution to this very important topic. The KAVANGA Zambezi Trans-Frontier Conversation Area, now dubbed Rivers for Life. I'm Frank Mutabila. God bless you all, and long live Kaza. Thank you to you all.
We wish to say a big thank you one more time to their excellencies. Yes, indeed. I think the future is bright for Kaza. We all need shades in here to be able to behold indeed what lies ahead. So I think our leaders have made their commitments, and what remains is for us now as a citizenry also to join hands in committing to supporting and helping to see this dream, this initiative indeed come to light and be implemented successfully. Now I'd like to invite the Minister of Tourism of the Republic of Zambia, Honorable Rodney Sukumba MP, to come and make the presentation of the summit communique. Honorable Sukumba. We can give him another round of applause as he makes his way up. As we indeed grow close to the closing of the summit.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies. As you may have heard from His Excellency the President, our host, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, who indicated that after all is said and done, and the resolutions have been passed, summit dictates and requires that we read out the communique which obviously will be binding us, member states, and indeed us, the officials and our technocrats, to be able to follow. Allow me to just read out the communique. Summit of Kaza Heads of State and Government. The inaugural KAVANGA-ZAMBEZI Transfrontier Conservation Area Summit of the Heads of State and Government was held on Friday, 31st May 2024 in Livingstone, Southern Province, Zambia. Summit was chaired by His Excellency, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia, in his capacity as host. Summit was attended by the following heads of state and government or their representatives. Number one, His Excellency Mr. João Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola, represented by Minister of Tourism, Angola, Monsieur Daniel. His Excellency Dr. Magwesi Eric Ibiswe Masisi, President of the Republic of Botswana, represented by His Honor Mr. Slamba Tsugwane, Vice President. His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia. His Excellency Dr. Emerson Dumbuzo Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe. And the host, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia. Cabinet ministers from Kaza partner states, the Executive Secretary of SADC, the Executive Director of the Kaza Secretariat, senior officials, members of the Joint Technical Committee, invited members of the Diplomatic Corps attended the summit. Summit was also attended by the following international cooperating partners: the Federal Republic of Germany, KfW, the UNDP, international, regional and local NGOs, private sector, and indeed the media. Summit received an update on the progress made since the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding for Kaza in 2006, followed by the treaty in 2011. Summit urged member states to expedite the operationalization of the SADC CITES Engagement Strategy 2022 to 2026 to better defend the convention, sustainable use, socio-economic development interests of the region at the CITES COP20 to be held in Geneva in 2025. Summit considered options available within and outside CITES, including diplomatic engagement, withdrawal, reservation, arbitration, and trading with non-CITES parties to benefit from wildlife and wildlife products. Kaza partner states were urged to fully prepare and participate at upcoming dialogue meetings planned for August 2024 in Botswana, including the holding of at least 2 preparatory meetings to develop a regional common position for CITES COP20. Summit also considered harmonization of ownership wildlife model within the Kaza region and legal policy framework on carbon credit trading, and forestry management by 2030, in alignment with the SADC RISDP 2020-23, 2020 to 2030, including a ban on export of raw timber within the Kaza region. Summit noted as a matter of urgency need to expedite the approval of the Kaza TFCA livelihood diversification strategy and climate change livelihood focused risk assessment strategy. Work towards harmonizing the community-based natural resource management policies and frameworks to ensure synchronized community benefits within the Kaza region, and implement the Kaza guidelines on commodity-based trade, popularly known as CBT, of beef in foot and mouth disease endemic areas to support improved livestock husbandry practices, rangeland restoration, and enable farmers to access beef markets, foster human-wildlife coexistence, and reevaluation of fences as the primary disease risk management tool. Summit urged Kaza states to promote cross-sectoral integrated land use planning for ease of coordination of development within the region, implement the policy brief recommendations as per approved elephant movement policy brief October 2022 Ministers Committee, and embed conservation connectivity in the development of area management plans. Summit noted the need of applying more widely and strategic environmental assessment planning to economic and infrastructure planning processes, and use natural capital assessment and accounting to value Kaza's natural asset, which includes need to establish natural capital accounts in partner states and bankable nature-based as green finance solutions. Summit called on Kaza states to consider joining the Kaza Univisa system and immediately implement the Kaza destination brand. Summit further noted the need for establishing a mechanism for engagement by communities in the tourism value chain, which needs to be reviewed to enable improved financial and non-financial benefit from the industry and diversified tourism products on offer at the in-country and transboundary scale. Enhanced connectivity across the Kaza region through direct flights, efficient border management system, road and air infrastructure. Summit commended and expressed its gratitude to the government of the Republic of Botswana for allocating the piece of land in Kasane for the construction of the Kaza TFCA Secretariat, and further expressed its interest on strengthening the Kaza Secretariat through a joint resource mobilization for the construction of the Kaza Secretariat office in Kasane, including the capitalization of the Kaza Fund. Summit expressed the need to ensure that the Kaza Fund contributions are paid timeously, and use the Kaza Fund and the Kaza Treaty provisions as the vehicle for long-term sustainable financing for the Kaza TFCA programs. Summit urged Kaza states to create opportunities for sharing lessons and case studies in areas of wildlife economy, bankable sustainable finance solutions, and sustainable finance solutions. Last but not least, the host of the Kaza Summit, His Excellency, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia, expressed gratitude to all the heads of state and government for attending the summit and their presence and the political will in advancing the Kaza vision. Done 31st May 2024 in Lusaka, in Livingstone, Southern Province, Zambia. Thank you very much.
We had a very popular newsreader in Zambia years ago who would end his news bulletin by stating, "And that is the end of the news." Thank you, Honorable Sikumba. That is the end of the communique. And so now we get to the end of our summit here. The President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, would like to gift the visiting heads of state, their representatives as well, with something that they will remember this summit, remember this country by for years to come. And so I'll invite the host to please stand and invite his guests, his visiting heads of state, to get ready to receive these special, unique gifts. And when I say unique, they are unique to Zambia. Now, these are trophies, and I'm sure you did hear the president earlier on talking about culling being used to control populations of these animals. So what you are seeing here, dear delegates, your excellencies, these are trophies, mounted trophies of the Kafue Lechwe. Now, I did say that these are unique. Kafue Lechwe is unique to Zambia. They are endemic to the Kafue Flats. Well, I guess that changes now. We used to say they're endemic to Zambia. Now we'll say they're endemic to Kaza. Seeing we are sharing. They are beautiful, aren't they? Yes, we can give a round of applause. So each of the visiting heads of state will be gifted one. I don't know how they will fit in their hand luggage, but we'll have to work it out somehow. Let's give them all a round of applause. A big round of applause. And all these were professionally hunted by the Hunters Association of Zambia. Indeed, and the Kafue Lechwe. If you forget the name Kafue Lechwe, maybe an easier one would be Cobus Leche Kafuensis, which is its scientific name. All right, another big round of applause indeed for. So we'll invite our heads of state to return to their seats. All right.
No sé este aqui. Namibia? Yes. Angola is that one, huh? It's Angola, right? Where's Angola? This is Angola. Angola is this one. Yes, no, thank you. It's a bit heavy. Okay. All right.
As you can see, the Zambian president is giving a lot more detail to the Kafue Lechwe. He had a lot of experience with this particular animal growing up in those plains. You heard him call himself a cattleman. So he indeed encountered a lot of these animals, and you're sharing his vast knowledge about them. So that's the Cobus Leche Kafuensis, the Kafue Lechwe, endemic to Zambia, endemic to Kaza. And it's something indeed that I'm sure our guest heads of state will be very proud of, and will find a hallowed spot on their wall in the office for each one. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the summit. Just before we stand to pray and for the anthems of the African Union and the national anthem, allow me to make this announcement. The last thing that we will have is lunch. And so for the lunch, the presidents and the ministers from the visiting states, the ministers of Zambia and the visiting states, will be ushered for their lunch at the Royal Livingston, which is just next door. So that is the presidents, their representatives, the cabinet ministers, that's from Zambia, and the visiting states. And then the delegates, the rest of all of us delegates, our lunch will be right here at the Avani in the restaurant. So when we have finished with the prayer and the national anthem, we'll remain standing for the presidents to be ushered out to the holding room before they're eventually ushered to the Royal Livingston. And after they have gone, we will take our seats. And this is to facilitate the distribution of the coupons for lunch. So I'd like for the coupons to be distributed in here before we exit. So that once we leave, we're going straight to the lunch venue. But like I said, the presidents, the representatives, and the cabinet ministers from Zambia and the visiting nations will go to the Royal Livingston. With that said, allow me to thank you once again for your attention throughout this summit. We will now stand for the closing prayer, which will be offered by Pastor Eric Mutukwa, the division chaplain for the Southern Division. These will be followed by the anthems, the national anthem of Zambia and the African Union.
Let us pray. Eternal Heavenly Father, we are so much grateful for the grace